Good morning, everyone. I'm Janafa Justin, and I'm the president of the IE Big Data and AI Club, and also the student lead for TechIE 2021. I thank everyone who could join us today, all the students, and of course, all the amazing speakers who've taken time out of their busy schedules for us and for TechIE. The theme for TechIE 2021 is defining the new normal. We've been hearing about the new normal for a long time now, but what is the new normal? Is it about hybrid events like we're having now? Or is it about the acceleration of the digital onslaught? So today, that is what we're going to define. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the president of the IE Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Mr. Juan Jose Guemes, to address us and announce the opening of TechIE 2021.
Thank you very much. Improve dramatically at an accelerated pace. And we need only to look at our life expectancy, the widespread access to comforts that just 200 years ago were not even within the reach of kings and queens, and the political changes that have led to the spread of human rights and the fight against poverty. But these changes have also produced new imbalances and threats, including carbon emissions and its impact on air quality and climate change. What is unique about the moment we are living through is that simultaneous maturation of several technologies, from renewable energies to the digital revolution, puts within our reach for the first time, maybe in the history of humankind, the possibility of accelerating progress in a sustainable way, advancing in the solution of all problems and challenges, and at the same time being able of facing successfully new challenges, correcting the imbalances that we have created. Technology is the enabler. A deep understanding of these augmented capabilities, these enhanced capabilities it provides us is a must. But we need at least three more ingredients. The first one is a profoundly human look at the world around us. Without this profoundly human view, we can hardly recognize the problems that really deserve our attention, that really deserve to be addressed, that really deserve to be named as a priority. As you know, one of the biggest mistakes we can make in our personal life, in business, in management, is to choose the wrong problems. And this human view, this human understanding of what is around us is the only way of identifying the real problems. Second ingredient is diversity. It is essential to unlock the full power of diversity. Diversity creates an environment that allows us to have a 360-degree view of the world. Learning to look through the eyes of others give us a perspective that is not available if we just, are stuck in what we have learned in our small personal world. The third one is an entrepreneurial mindset. The willingness not to let the scarcity of resources at our disposal to prevent us from pursuing our goal of having a positive impact in the world around us. And all of these ingredients, these four ingredients, is what we bring together every day in the AI community: humanities, diversity, entrepreneurship, and technology. And all our facilities bring together these ingredients, but only after a huge, huge transformation. If you think about it, in Segovia, the starting point was a building originally built more than 800 years ago, not easy to change. In our Maria Molina campus, the starting point was a group of old palaces and architectural jewels from the 60s. And all these unique spaces have been transformed by AI and have influenced the shape of AI in very special ways. But a few years ago, we felt the need to create our own campus from scratch. So we came up with a cool and original design, quite disruptive, that is aligned perfectly with our mission and values. Universities often face a difficult decision regarding the location of their campuses, urban campus or a campus away from the cities. Being close to the real world, to the business world, in the center of the cities usually means giving up sport facilities or green areas. Having green spaces, large auditoriums, or sport facilities usually means giving up being in the center of the cities. What is extraordinary about the new iCommunity campus is that we don't have to give up anything. It is located in the fastest growing area of one of the most dynamic cities in the world, connected to the business world, connected to the rest of AI campuses in Maria de Molina and Segovia, surrounded by amazing green spaces and with access to sport facilities. Over the years, we have dedicated a lot of time to carefully design a space which is sustainable and that creates the best possible atmosphere to promote well-being, networking, and entrepreneurship. But we know that the opening of the new campus is not the end of any project, just the beginning. It is just the beginning. The real construction of the campus will only begin when you start using it every day. And that's why I want to take the chance that you have given me by inviting me to this, to participate in this conference, to challenge you to be the ones to give the new campus its final shape, to think about how technology and innovation can make it even better. And perhaps at the next conference in the new campus, we could present some of your best ideas and choose the ones to be implemented. That's my challenge to the TechIE Club, to its president, and to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juanjo. We would like to now invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Francisco Dalmo, to talk to us about how one of the four ingredients, technology, is going to drive the new normal. Mr. Dalmo is the International Sales Executive for Southern Europe at Zoom, a platform that has been bringing us all together since the last year.
Well, hello everybody. Thanks for having me here. So I have to say before I start that I do these events in a regular basis from the sales perspective, not from a keynote perspective. So I'm going to be blind with no PowerPoint, but actually Juanjo, without even talking before, made it very easy for me to start. You know, I took some notes. I usually do this when I have to talk to public, right? And I think that humanity, it's something that I really was struggling how to talk about Zoom, how to talk about the changes, how to talk and keep it human. So thanks for that humanity part. I think it's critical for any technology or technologo or company wants to change the planet. Then you mentioned two different things, diversity, that's a must-have. And the last one, entrepreneur. And I just want to clarify here, as an ex-alumni, I think that IE is actually the top place when you talk about entrepreneurship, but don't always think about entrepreneur to start your own business. Think that you can be an entrepreneur inside any large company. So that's the mentality you have to have. A couple other things that I thought, well, this is just perfect. You talk about Segovia. Well, guess what, guys? I could not be with you today physically because I'm actually in a little town of Segovia, you know? So I dearly love this province. So it was like, oh, this is perfect starting, right? But why I'm telling you where I am located today, because I think, you know, we talk about business intelligence, we talk about IoT, we talk about software, the cloud. And sometimes we keep forgetting, you know, our friends in the backbone, right? So why I'm going to be able to do this presentation really from my house, like it was next to you, is because, yeah, Zoom, fantastic software company. But you know what? Is because a local company, very dear heart to me, Telefonica, actually invest millions of euros in this country to have any single little town with a good fiber connection. So first key you need to take, if you're going to invest in a country, you should think about Spain. It really is a country on the future where any remote location is going to be well connected. We're top in Europe and top in the world. So that was just a little bit the entries, but let me tell a little bit who am I, right? So, and I guess, like I said, Juanjo made it very easy. I always describe myself as a merchant. You know, I remember we talk about the 200 years. I'm a merchant. I think that, you know, I sell products. I'm a salesman. I'm a sales executive. But I love the word merchant. I've been doing the job for the last 25 years in different roles, from a support organization, pre-sales, consulting, and lastly, in the last, I would say 15 years, purely sales. Something that I love and the passion. Why am I telling you all these things? Well, my life, like everybody else, changed 12 months ago. So, you know, I was just thinking this morning, 15 years ago, I had a product in my PC installed called WebEx. Still valid product, but 15 years ago. And my boss used to say, listen, Francisco, why don't we use this instead of traveling constantly? And my take was, it's impossible. I have to be in Barcelona, Madrid, London, Istanbul. I have to be with a client. It's imperative. I have to have this connection. If not, you cannot sell. This is me. This is when we're talking about digital transformation. This is my first transformation, right? So I can tell you right now that I've been 2 years at Zoom. And at the beginning, of course, we were able to function and visit clients too, right? And this changed dramatically. So I had to really change the mindset. And I'm talking to you as a pure merchant, sales guy, remember? So first thing, my week used to be, as crazy as it sounds, 1 week I could be in South Africa, flying back to London, and spend the week in Istanbul. So the next week I could go to Saudi Arabia. And to me, that was a normal life. I remember usually my driver, my taxi driver, Carlos, used to say, what a fantastic life. And I was like, well, it's not as glorious as you think, but it's what we have. I have to say with Juanjo, with all my heart, I hope the event next year can be physical because I do miss this physical contact like everybody else. But if we think from the sustainable point of view, because it's a word that actually come up a couple of times, just think about it for a second. In 3 months time frame, 3 companies, Dell, HP, and Oracle, you can change the name to anything you want, but these are purely tech companies. They had to go from having people moving back and forth to everybody at home. How you develop code, how you support your clients, how you sell to them, from Monday to Tuesday. The 3 of them, Zoom clients. In 3 months, and I have the notes here because I keep forgetting the number, the notes is somewhere here, they actually, they saved than they do about the monoxide, the carbon. It's equivalent of 6.3 million trees. Just these 3 companies. So the question would be, are we always going to go back to the way we were before? Or it's going to be a hybrid? If you ask me today, forget I have the Zoom t-shirt, which is going to be a hybrid. It gives facilities to people. Think about it, the amount of hours we spend on the road. Have the statistics. If you talk about cities like Moscow, Sao Paulo, even Madrid, is incredibly high, the number of hours we spend to just going to work. So sustainability, had to break, during the pandemic, had to break. Like I said, I'm in a little town in Segovia, and I can tell you this year, the fields are greener. We give a break to the planet. So do we have to maintain that? No, but we have to find a balance. So in that part of talking about humanity, I would say humanity and balance should be what we need to think about the new future. We're the responsibles of the new tech. You are actually, guys, more than me. Today I was reading Jennifer instructions, talk to the camera, avoid glare, don't wear glasses with glare. I was like, I cannot wear those ones. There's nothing I can do about my haircut. Nothing I can do about that. It glares, right? I have certain age, but you guys are younger and you can change the planet. And I tied up with the IE model, right? You are the future in technology. So think about the human part of that. Okay, so we talk about this sustainability, right? Another subject I like to discuss, to talk with you guys is digital transformation. One of the things that we have when we are actually remote is that I cannot see the face of the people in the audience, right? I'll tell you one thing. I've been talking about digital transformation for the last 15 years. When I mean talking, I mean talking. But when you talk to a CEO, CTO, it's like, yeah, it's something we need to do. He takes the steps. I always said there are two different kind of companies. The new company, then you build the company today, you would have not even a second to think about it, and you would put infrastructure on the cloud. Simple like that. Why? It's flexible. Think about Zoom. Went from, in weeks time frame, we went from 10 million users, and I'll repeat the numbers twice, 10 million users to 340 million users in weeks. If you had that installation on-prem, that would never scale. So if I had to build a company today, it's in cloud. The challenge for the digital transformation are those companies who already are established, who've been in the market 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and even longer. How they do the transformation? Well, so until now was a lot of talk how we're going to do that. If 2020 brought something to all of us as technology people, is that now we're not talking about it, we're doing it. People had to really reinvent themselves. So now is really happening, the transformation. Think about it. Banks, Santander, CaixaBank, they had to go from one day to the next week to have everybody operating from their houses. So what are we experiencing now, what are we seeing now every day, when I talk to my clients is, listen, we need better structure, backbone, which is happening. I need to put new PCs, new laptops for that mobility. I have to integrate my telephony with my video calls. Doesn't make any sense to have a mobile, so it's all changing. We have technology, we have it, in information technology, we have IoT, we have everything that we have in our hands. It's our role, how we help the clients and the companies to get to the next step. When I talk to a CTO, first thing they'll tell you is, help me. And that ties up a little bit with what Juan Jose was saying. It's our duty to listen. If I had to really today train you or give you a sales one-on-one, this would be you have to listen to your clients. They already know what they need. They just need our expertise. So we talk about artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchains, analytics. It's all there. We need to glue it together for them. But think for a second. We all become, in the last year, CNN journalists. It's true. I mean, look at me. I have my microphone like a professional, here. So, you have your camera, you can do with more, with less, I can do it from little down, and we get used to that. From a purely sales concept, I closed the largest deal, I'm not going to say my history, but one of the largest deal in Spain during COVID. I never met the client face to face. And unfortunately, or fortunately, most of you Spaniards in the call, you know this client, because now you start paying taxes, the IRS or IAT. Imagine the most, if you allow me to say, secure, but also classic agency in Spain, IRS, had to transform. So in seconds, they had to have everybody working from home. So now they're not even Zoom clients, they're Zoom fans. So now even the employees are saying, well, I don't really know if I want to go back to the office. I work fine at home. So if we're talking from the Zoom perspective, what do we brought to the business? I think we brought several things. One is efficiency. Remember what I mentioned before, my travel time got cut down to 0. And then we can have the discussion of, is that sustainable for the worldwide economy? This is actually, we can partly for another discussion. Again, I'm a believer of a hybrid world. I think we're going to have a mix. But listen, I'm more productive than ever. Before, I used to be in the office at 9 in the morning. I had to get up at 7. And if depending on the traffic, I could there at 9, 8:15, 8:30, you never know. I'm lying a little bit here, guys. I moved to Madrid 14 years ago. I have a Vespa scooter who is already 13 and a half years old. 6 months later, decided that I could not be in a city and driving a car every day. We're going to go crazy. But think about it. I get up, shower, at 9 o'clock, I'm right in front of the PC. I can give you an example. I have a client that I dearly love, and everybody knows when I say the word Artesio, where the client is. Because if you're a student in IE, you had the case that studied this client. But listen, if you're based in Madrid, I have to get up at 7 in the morning, or even a little bit earlier, to take the flight to Artesio or Coruña. I already said the client and the name of the company. And you'll be there at 9, 9:30. The client is kind enough that would say, let's have the meeting at 10:30, 11 o'clock. So think about it. I get up at 6 in the morning, at 10 I get to the client, and at 10:30 the client has those news. Sorry, Francisco, we had a fire, we cannot see you today. Great, no worries, we'll come back another day. And after that, it's like, okay, I'll find a restaurant, a bar, an hotel to keep working. And I'll head in the flight back again at 5 p.m., which gets me home at 7, 7:30. 12 hours of my day for a sales visit, then it didn't happen. Same situation now. If they cancel a meeting of my 45 minutes we have booked, I'll replace it with another client. My cost is zero, my time, I have to move. So just for that, think about it from a sales pure organization, because you guys are going to be the new future CEOs, CTOs, but you never forget that if you want to have a successful company, you need the sales guys behind you. So you have to make these people very efficient. So this is one thing that we brought, the efficiency. The other thing that we brought, simplicity. Listen, I got this morning an event, a link, I click, I'm already here with you guys. Technology needs to be easy. How many of us work in companies, sell products, bought products, then they were fantastic, but then nobody used it. They were too complex. So this is a new change that we have to do, all of us. It has to be simple. I think that one of the successes, the Zoom is even the video conferencing was cumbersome, complicated. We made it easy. All of you know Zoom. You've been Zoom working from Zoom, or you had a party with Zoom, or some people got married at Zoom. But that's the key. The product has to be easy to use, massive. We talk about productivity. I'm more productive than ever. I have to give you a word of advice. Think about your personal time. Don't get, like we did, a lot of us, Zoom burnout. You have to schedule life like it was a physical life. So if when I was in the office at 10:30, I used to have a cup of coffee for 5 minutes. Have it, book it in your calendar. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. I'm telling you by experience. There is a point that you have to say, I work from home, I'm at home, but at 6, 7, 8, whatever you decide, it's my downtime. I'll stop the laptop. Especially when you work from home. It's very easy to, I'm just going to check one email. And I know all of you are executive, but we have to have a balance. That humanity, then sometimes we're losing altogether. Right? Sustainability, I already talked about this, consumption, savings, and things like that, right? So think about it. If you are actually a sales guy like I am, you used to go visit a client, we talk about this, a little bit of luck, the client will accept to have a coffee with you. I know in certain countries that's unthinkable, but here in Spain, you still have lunch with a client. You have a client, all of this is gone now. When you book a meeting, you have 45 minutes. So pros and cons. Pros, we are much efficient. Again, I will never have a meeting without preparing myself before. And I know this is basic, but we all done it before. We all been in a meeting the last minute because our schedule and you just try to give me the briefing. No. Now you have no excuse. You can prepare that meeting correctly, right? So This is the main difference. I think that the intensity, like myself, I have 20 minutes to talk to you, and I know that I can see the room. Everybody's watching me. Everybody's expecting that I contact. This is much harder than a regular meeting. If we were in the same room, one would be checking the mobile, one would be talking to the person next to it, and now everybody's spending on what Francisco has to say. Intensity. So when the meetings are much more intense, you have to manage your balance. It's not the same to have 5 meetings in person, to have 5 meetings with Zoom. The intensity of the times are much better, are much higher, much demanding. So think about all these things. You have to think about the different planets that we live in right now, right? If you're a sales guy, and you guys, you all know that, medic, you have hundreds of methodologies of sales. When you had the option to go visit the client, it was actually convenient sometimes. First meeting, discovery. Second meeting, we're going to present the product. We're going to present you. Things are changing. Things are much, much faster. I have 45 minutes and I have to identify what's their pain, what's my delta, how I'm going to position the product. And if I don't do it in the first meeting, close to that. So what I experience as a salesperson is that in this new world, the intensity is much higher. So have these things in consideration. Listen, there is nothing more annoying in a video call than your camera doesn't work, your microphone doesn't work. Prepare these things. A year ago, everybody had an excuse. Today, nobody should have an excuse. We've been a year in this planet, meaning with that. And we have the technology. It's not that, call it Zoom, call it Teams, call it WebEx, well, it's there. So let's use it. So embrace the technology and believe in that. And make it human. Make it as much as you can a human conversation, because it's cold. I'm far away. You can see my hand, but I cannot reach to you. Make it more cozy, right? So think for a second. It changed, the technology is changing the world, and that we do every day. My mother, who's just a very old lady, is using Zoom. Think about it. So, guys, I can only say that it's been a pleasure to be with you. Keep like Juanjo says, I love these 3 things that he said. Humanity, diversity, everybody brings value. Everybody has ideas. Even the craziest one is usually the more valid one. And lastly, but not less important, be an entrepreneur at all times. And I just can thank you for the opportunity to be here. I hope my talk was not boring. I really struggled today how to start it. I wanted to really be with you guys. And TechIE, it's been a pleasure. Genefa, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Francisco. We are all living the hybrid life, and I can't agree with you that it's been so efficient and productive. Moving on, we'll now have our academic director of computer science and artificial intelligence, Carlos Marquer. He'll open the phase "Digital is the New Normal" and talk about how disruptive the new normal is.
Could you expand?
Yes, I can.
With my hands, I can move it. Okay, here. Oh. It's a trick of the demo effect. Okay, thank you for inviting me to this session. One thing in my professional life that I want to share with you is I remember that I had the opportunity to dejarlo sin eso porque... No, no, baja esto y lo dejamos así. Thank you. Okay, se pasa. Okay, don't worry. And I had the opportunity in 1982 to study with the Nobel Prize Friedrich von Hayek. In that time, everything was predictable. Déjalo así, sin extenderlo. Entonces, vamos a ponerlo aquí. Okay, yes. Everything was predictable. I remember that the industries was almost, the forecasting was a linear projection of variables in the 80s. Everything was really worried because I work in banking, in the financial services, for manufacturing industries as a consultant, a strategic consultant. And at that time, we project variables in a way we can predict the future of almost anything by this forecasting. In 2017, I started to work with a large corporation as an international scouter, scouting for technology startups. What happened in these years? I mean, from predictable scenarios of the future and today. I also had the opportunity to work in many places in the world. I worked 8 years in Israel and collaborating with the Innovation Agency of Israel with my own company there, my own startup. I worked with the right hand of the First Minister in Singapore. And I launched the innovation agreement in Colombia, and I closed several deals in investment round in New York. And I want to share with you the lessons of this very intensive life that my family said, okay, are you? I have 2 daughters from India, and my daughters today is 21 and 22 years old, and being here in the university, they're always happy because we can see you every day, and this is something very cool. And one of the problem, one of the questions I have in this professional life is why Israel grows without a traditional industries. Why? They don't have any industry like us. They are a very small country in a very complicated part of the world, surrounded by enemies with a lot of tension, and in the back of the ocean with a lot of garbages coming from the Mediterranean Sea to Israel. And then, working with them, I started to think, which is the meaning of the innovation, disruptive innovation in Israel, and how to respond to the question that Israel can grow without any industry. And one of the conclusions I extracted of this experience is that we spent the last 20 years loving our products and loving our services. We think that having a product or a services pretty clear, but we can make money with this product or services, it is enough for being competitive. But in the last 20 years, and probably from the 80s, we think vertically. We think in silos, industrially. In terms of manufacturing, is something very different from telecommunication. And telecommunication is something very different from the milk industry. And everything is vertical. What is happening in the vertical approaches of the economy? In the vertical approaches, your vision is really narrow. It's always connected to clustering or to commercial approaches to the market. But it is true, it's not enough to think vertically in silos. Then I learned that the world has been divided in 2 kingdoms, in 2 realms, what we can call the upstream world and the downstream world. The downstream is a pure industrial vision of the economy. It's the pure conception of the value chain of an industry. But if you see Israel, they don't have any industry. And then how to claim the industry that they have is the export of diamonds, but no more than that. Then how to classify the economy in this kind of upstream countries without any traditional industries? If we consider that the vertical conception of the economy is the essence of the competitiveness, then why Israel is growing? And one thing I started to think is, in 2012, I started to think about the possibility to simulate the effect of the ecosystem in Israel by programming a new algorithms that understand the connection of their essence. I will explain later. Well, the thing is, if we don't have traditional industries, then what is happening there? How to connect and to understand what is happening there? And this is the object of this, of my lecture today, just in 50 minutes. You see that this wall, two walls, is about Silicon Valley, it's about Boston, it's about the pure ecosystem approaches, but in case of Israel, they have this kind of connection of close industries like Boston, New York, or Singapore as well. Then I started to think, okay, we need to introduce some model or to introduce a modeling of all the system of Israel and try to see if we can apply this kind of model to a company or to a region or to an industry. And then we have two concepts, the market of value and the value of the market. The market of value is what is happening in this kind of ecosystem is about expectation. Expectation to disrupt industries, to disrupt the mentality, the mindset, the vertical mindset of industries. Then I realized that I spent like 10 years to extract these conclusions. The humankind challenge is about 5, as Jose Güemes said before, is about 5 challenges. It is very clear. The first challenge, very connected to the industrial era, is about artifacts. We need artifacts to handle, to move the things. And it's about how to construct things, allows us to move materials and to reinvent or to construct things. The second is the energy. Energy is crucial for us because we need to apply to materials and to ourselves to live. The third is the health. We need to extend our life. The fourth is the environment, the connection with our environment. And the last trend in the world is how to externalize our intelligence. It is crucial because we learn to handle and to manipulate objects. But today, we need to externalize the possibility of simulate our brain, to simulate our intelligence. We apply this conception, these 5 challenges, to appear the essence of an ecosystem. You can see the disruption innovation wall is surrounded these 5 walls. And it's about nanotechnology, new materials and robotics. It's about objects. Life sciences and biotechnology is about intelligence and digital life and networks, sustainability, and energy. If you analyze any ecosystem in the world, including Boston or including Singapore or Berlin, etc., you can see that everything is around these 5 large topics. Then we can start that it is possible to understand this topic in a vertical conception. You cannot do that because all these topics are really connected one each other. It's a pure neural network approach because it's impossible to see the COVID ecosystem today without connecting artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and life science. Everything is connected. Then we have a wall we can call downstream. It's about vertical conception. And we have another wall. It's about ecosystems. And the ecosystems are not a vertical conception. It's a pure effect of the synapses of our neurons. All possibilities can happen in this wall of the upstream. You can see more the connection in this kind of taxonomy. You see everything, all the disruptive technologies are connected. And are connected not only among themselves, but everything is connecting to industries. I mean, you are a textile company, you can connect to smart materials, artificial intelligence, etc. Then I realized that the world has 2 layers: the inventors, the disruptors, and the industries. And everything is connected. From the layer of the ecosystem, everything can happen. the future is open there. In the layer of disruption, there are a lot of threats coming from the layer of the pure disruptive technologies. In HST, with the students, we are creating a model to simulate this effect, connecting everything. You can see this neural network approach. In the center, you are the upstream wall. With the square, you have the industrial conception. And you can see a lot of lines, edges, connecting everything. And to see what is happening, and our students in HST are working in affinity matrix, connecting everything. Why I'm saying all these things? Because disruption is something that can happen in any part of this neural network and can come into the industries, reshaping everything. Then you can see a mandala, the innovation of everything connected, in a way that the industries will be suffer the tension of the connection of the neural network. Then what we have is an upstream wall. The upstream wall is a layer in parallel of the industry, and you can see how the upstream wall, wearables, artificial intelligence, connecting with technology, smart materials with energy efficiency and sustainable building, connecting to textile. It is incredible, because we are seeing in our class in HST, we are in computer science, we can see that we can model in far connection between the cells of a neuron to see that disruptive innovation coming from very far connection you can imagine, which is the connection between the national police and a milk industry. It is very far if you are seeing this organization as a vertical point of view. But you see from the upstream wall, it's about facial recognition that they need. Then we can put together two far industries connecting with the pure upstream approaches. And this is a very, very radical approach to the reality. Then why Israel grows? Because the powerful of the upstream, the powerful of this kind of technology connecting every day in a way that students, startups, research groups are connecting, are expanding their ideas in a really synapses approach. What will happen in these 10 years? Coming from these trends, we're seeing that we are understanding how our brain is working. And we are simulating the way that we are. Did you realize about where do you store your thoughts? How to produce your thoughts? In which part of the brain you are storing your thoughts? Some kind of miracles, because you are thinking. Where your ideas come from, and where your ideas is storage, and how to connect your neurons with other neurons to produce more creativity. And we are learning about how to simulate the brain and the human capabilities, and how to mimic the human being with robotics. Secondly, we will see a latency suppression. The latency suppression will disrupt everything, because musicians in the world will play together at the same time. We can have surgeries in any hospital in real time. The travel industry will be disrupted by the suppression of latency. Third, connecting the world by cloud and edge computing to increase the capability of the computer to process information. The fourth is reducing the noise of data through new algorithms. And someone's called with the incidence of the effects of in sustainability about the data tsunami we are living today. That the algorithms are more adequate to the possibility to extract knowledge from large sets of data. Fifth trend is about managing complex multi-layer network. It's about the importance of network thinking. And the importance of network thinking is to understand that we can connect very layers, very platforms in the world to extract more information and to gain more competitive advantages. No doubt that the quantum computing will disrupt everything. Autonomous things about robotics, vehicles, drones is another trend, and that will disrupt at least 20 industries in the world. And we will see augmented analytics as a way to create new algorithms with machine learning and neural networks to extract more knowledge and to extract more information. And digital twins, and probably human digital twins, like connecting with heriatronics and exoskeletons, and the new science of cognitive mimetics. And the 10 will be immersive technologies. These trends are, in this decade, are confluencing. And this is the reason because we call it this decade as a radical confluence that will accelerate exponentially the way we are living or the way we are competing. Then the wall is temporarily closed. Well, I don't know. What do you think? In this case, a theater. But the wall is temporarily closed. I don't think so. I think that we need to reinvent the life. We need to get ideas from you, from our students, to reinvent the way we are thinking. And we need a method to be radical. It's not about evolution. It's about the radical concept to reinvent the life. Then, with our students, and yesterday we saw incredible projects from the dual Bachelor for Business Administration and Data Science, with the computer science and artificial intelligence, and with the students of information system, that they create something radical. They detected huge problem, they introduced radical solution, and they connect the upstream with this methodology I showed you before. They connect the upstream to introduce breakthrough technology to solve radical problems. Then I encourage you to think big. The world needs you to think big. The world needs you to think radically, because the sustainable needs, challenges of the world is to face huge problems with probably no previous knowledge, but your imagination. If you see the American people and Israeli people, how they are inventing the things. Israel is about to reinventing the reality, but United States is about to imagine the future and bring the future to the present. It's two methods. One method coming from the huge problem like Israel, because they need to reinvent trees because they don't have trees from, they need to invent trees from stones. Because they didn't have any water, they didn't have any connection with energy, they need to reinvent the life. And this is in the limit of the chaos. They need to be radical. In the case of the United States, the imagination is really powerful. And they can bring the future in a way that NASA are copying the ideas of many movies, trying to solve the goals of astronauts, etc., with imagination, the previous imagination. I encourage you to introduce in your life the motion thinking. Huge problem, radical solution, and breakthrough technologies. I don't know what will happen in the future, but probably, I don't know which is your opinion, but we'll be able to transmit data through the roots of the trees? I don't know, but everything can happen. The open, probably the wall is closed, but the future is open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos, for such a quick overview of what's going to come. We'll now move on to the first of our two panels for the day. Digital. Today, the first panel's topic is digital is the new normal. Companies have had to cope with the new normal in a lot of different ways. So what have they done? We'll learn this from our panelists today. We have Elena Alfaro, who's a global head of data and advanced analytics in client solutions at the BBVA Group. Ignacio Zaira, who's the commercial director at Deliveroo, and Immaculada Reynoso, a digital marketing expert at one of the world's largest retailers. And our moderator for the day, Daniel Medina, who's an academic director here at IE. I welcome the panelists and the moderator to the stage.
Yeah, perfect. If we can start by introducing yourself, it will be amazing. Elena, you want to start? Okay. As you are on the last row.
Okay, can you hear me? Does this work? I'm thinking of the people online more than here, the audience. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this invitation. It's a fantastic pleasure to be here and see people live, see eyes looking at you. Although we cannot see the smiles, we can, have some intuition of them. So thank you so much, because it's been hard to be online for the whole year. So my name is Elena Alfaro. I work at BBVA. So I am an economist but I've been working in technology for my whole career. I started in the telco industry at Ericsson, where I spent a few years working in the back in the years 3G, 4G, and now 5G technology. Also, especially in the extension of the network or of the mobile networks in Spain. No? And then I moved to banking already 13 years ago, and I've always been very, very connected to technology and innovation, and kind of 2011, and 10 years ago already, I started working in data. By that time, even the idea of big data wasn't here yet, but we started to realize that there were something new that we were not doing at the bank, no? Regarding how we used to use data internally. So we started hiring a couple of data scientists, which is something now quite common, no? But back in the time, it wasn't easy to talk about data scientists to your human resources department, because they didn't know what you were talking about. So, in fact, we decided to create a separated company to start creating this type of talent pool. So, in 2014, we created a company called BBVA Data and Analytics, and I had the honor to be the CEO of this company for 3 years, and we grew a team of 60, 70 data scientists that started making visible to the whole bank that there was something that we had to do regarding data. No? So we worked in several projects in several domains: commercial, risk, processes, etc. And then after a couple of more years, the bank decided to scale this even more, because BBVA has 120,000 employees in the world. So with a team of 70 people, you don't transform basically anything. So now the data organization in BBVA has more than 600 people, and I am leading a team within the commercial and business domain, where we work more specifically in the products and in the digital products that we have in our digital channels. But not only that, because we also work on some process, trying to put more efficient in the processes internally. For instance, I don't know, we have a lot of paper in a bank, no? So there are many ways now to get rid of paper and automate much of these processes. But basically, I work more on the app that we have and on the web channels. That maybe later I can talk a little bit more. So thank you so much again.
I think the transformation BBVA have lived on the last 10 years has been amazing, from Nuevos Ministerios even to La Vela, and to have the best app in the world for several years. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Ima, your turn.
Hello, good morning everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank Jennifer for this opportunity. Perfect. So hi again. My name is Inma. For me, it's a real pleasure being here. I just wanted to thank Genefa for the opportunity. When she called me to join this event, I didn't think it twice. As an IE alumni, I always have, I love to be in touch with the students, and I know that my heart is here, right? This is the place where I graduated, so it's a real pleasure being here. So let me tell you a little bit more about myself. I am an expert in digital marketing and communications. I have more than 10 years of experience in the retail industry, in the international retail industry. At the moment, I'm focusing in the fashion industry. I work for one of the world's biggest retailers in the world. So actually, it's based in Coruña. So I'm sure Francisco will know what I'm talking, the company I'm talking about. I currently lead the digital marketing strategy of this. Of one of the brands of this company, and my professional experience has been linked to different companies such as Google, where I had the chance to work for 4 years, helping advertisers to advertise with different Google products, and I also have some experience working with El Corte Inglés. So as you can imagine, retail is my passion, and fashion is what I like doing the most. Apart from that, I also teach at different universities, such as IE. So I currently teaching a course in product management, and I can see that some of the students are around, so I'm very happy to see that. So I'm very happy again to be here, and thank you for the opportunity again, and I'm very happy to be surrounded with Elena and Ignacio, such important professionals. So yeah, that's myself.
Thank you, Ima. I think also the work you're doing is pretty amazing. It's one of the top companies in the country. I'm very proud to be in a country like this with companies like yours. So
Thank
congratulations on the work.
Thank you.
And Ignacio, your turn.
Good morning, all. Opposite as Elena, I started my career in banking. I started doing M&A in London, working for Credit Suisse. I spent 3 years there. That felt like 10. Then moved back to Spain, missed the sun too much, and started working for a startup called Rollbox. It was a startup that was trying to digitalize everything related to payroll, and I was the first employee, non-founder. We sold the company 1 year later for 20 million. I didn't become a millionaire, unfortunately. Then I joined Deliveroo. I had that moment in my life deciding, like, should I stay in the company after the acquisition or should I leave? And I was planning to stay, but sometimes life pushes you to something different. And I met the CEO of Deliveroo, and she offered me a project that you just couldn't say no. So I decided to move to Deliveroo, where I leaded Deliveroo for business. And then last year in the pandemic, I took the role of commercial director at Deliveroo for business. We've done many things with IE, even organized things at the staff at the office. We participated in TechIE a few years ago. So congrats for organizing this on such a difficult environment. I've been in your shoes. I've organized many events, and and it's very complicated. And yeah, so now as commercial director, I lead a team of 40 people. We are responsible for everything related to restaurants on Deliveroo. And yeah, we're in a difficult moment, like in Spain. Food delivery company is quite complicated given the competitiveness. It's not that we are suffering, but the environment is super competitive. Like we have Glovo, Uber, Just Eat, and ourselves, and the main problem is that Glovo is Spanish, meaning that they'll never let themselves lose their home country, because it's like, oh, I don't know how to do it here in my country, but I'm winning in another country. No, like they have to fight very hard here, so the fight is very fun but very tough.
So congratulations on that. I hope the market you get a very good outcome at the end, and thank you for keeping us the food in our bellies during the pandemic. Yeah, I know you have done a great work on that. So, and I'm Daniel. I am one of the founders of Opino. It's one of the top innovation consultants in the country. I'm also an adjunct professor here at IE, and I have founded several startups during my life. So very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. So to give the word to you, and we can do it a little bit, I will throw some questions on the air, and I hope to hear your answers. The first one is about the changes from the customer point of view, from the business point of view. What have changed during the pandemic and today, like regarding our consumer behavior, our user behaviors, not from the point of view of the company yet, but from the point of view of the market? What have changed in banking? I imagine to have the office closed affects a lot. You haven't closed all the office, I know. But from the consumer point of view and users, what have changed, Elena, in the banking industry?
Well, in banking, we are living in a change for long. So this is not something that we can say in the past year something has changed dramatically and now the result is no. I think we've been on this for probably more than 5 years now. It's true that in banking, the digitalization path has been maybe slower than in other sectors that, for instance, if you compare it with other sectors that have content that is intangible, like for instance music or books or news, money is also very intangible, but it took more time for us to get into the transformation wave, maybe due to, I don't know, maybe due to regulation, that the protected part of the regulation has played a role here. So I wouldn't say that the pandemic has made a dramatic change, but more an acceleration on something that we had already on the table. And I mean, the reason why we were seeing this is, first of all, as you said, Danny, customer expectations and customer behavior is basically that the way people interact with companies has changed dramatically, and people expect to interact with every company the same way they do with Google. So for instance, I don't know, in banking, people are not willing to wait for a transaction to be categorized and wait for 1 day. And most of the banks still need to wait some time because we don't have real-time systems to make, you know, this categorization automatic in real time. And when you go to Google, if you type, you wait milliseconds. And if it is 2 seconds, then you say, it's taking too long, no? So people expect this to happen in every sector. So this first, the interaction that is changing and the expectations of the customers, the first effect. The second for me would be, as Professor Carlos mentioned, also the technologies, and for me there are 3 that are crucial in banking: is mobile, cloud, and data. Some others, of course, are important, but these 3 are crucial. No? And the third one, probably a consequence of the 2 previous, would be the appearance of fintechs, which are these companies that take one part of the banking business and do it with an amazing experience, not always cheaper, but for sure better in experience, easier, etc., more convenient, more personalized. So that has happened, and that has made banks, traditional banks, you know, get more attention to this. And also, maybe more importantly, the big techs, the Googles, the Amazons, etc., entering also in the financial sector. And this is a personal opinion, but I think they are doing it to gather the data. Because the data that we have in the financial sector, you know, is very important. It's much more than showing a like or showing an interaction. It's showing a person that has paid for something. So if Google or Facebook get this data, then, you know, their advertising business would be like, you know, unbeatable. Yeah. So to summarize, yes, of course we've seen, for instance, a change in April. I mean, if you look at the graphs of interactions, visits to apps and transactions, they take a step up, and this has been continued. So I was looking at numbers yesterday, and I saw that more or less compared to the previous years, we are getting 50% more visits to the app with a growth in customer of less than 5%. So it's not because of the customer growth, it's because of people getting to the app more. And more interestingly, we saw people older than 60, the biggest growth, you know, in coming to the app. So of course there's been a change and a difference in this last year. It's an acceleration of an already existing trend.
Yeah. Thank you for those insights. And I think you have been fighting that fintech war for like 10 years already. So I think there is so much to learn about of the banking industry, because it's already 10 years of transformation, a slow one, but already 10 years. So keep the woodwork. I mean, we're very proud to be in Spain, having one of the banks that have the best app in the world. I know you keep doing an amazing work on that. Ima, on the fashion industry, like how people are changing, how the consumer behavior have changed in the last year.
I couldn't agree more with Elena. I think the key word is acceleration, right? Put it this way, what has happened in the last few months, normally it takes years to happen. And we have seen this acceleration of the digital world in only 12 months, right? Let me share with you some data because I think it's very interesting to understand the matter, right? So, for example, think that at the moment there are several devices connected at the same time, like more than 200 million, more than 900 million users of social media. There is a problem with the Thank you so much. So, for example, in the US, there is there is data generated 8 times more every day than in all the libraries in the US. So, for example, the digital economy in Spain weighs more than 19%. So this is crazy. Those numbers are crazy. And those things have been accelerated in the last few months. So, coming to your question, in the retail industry, we have seen a lot of changes. So, for example, from the point of view of the customer demands, right? So, in the past, customers, they used to consume, just in a very quick rhythm in the case of the brand I work for. So, we have seen a shift, like, for example, they will be demanding more sustainable products, more local products, and also more proximity products. So obviously this makes you think and change how we do things, right? So maybe quick fashion and fast fashion, maybe it's not how we should be moving forward. So that's why those insights are very interesting. There is also as well a part of emotions, right? So the customers, they have become more emotional because of this, right? We have all been far from our family, our friends. We haven't traveled in a very long time. So this has affected our emotions. So what we are facing are customers that they really want us to work around those emotions to create products that make them feel better, especially now that we are recovering social life. So this is where fashion plays a very big role. There is a big change as well in terms of stores. Obviously, traditionally stores, they have been the main channel for most brands. But obviously we have seen a shift in this trend as well. We have seen how online sales, they have doubled the digit in the last 12 months in loads of countries, right? So only the brands that had been ready for that, only the brands that really had very strong e-commerces are the ones that are surviving at the moment these changes. And finally, let me just mention one last change in our industry, which is about the product, right? So traditionally, selling a product was enough, right? A nice product, quality product, and maybe fashionable product was okay, but at the moment it's not enough. We need to offer customers not only good products, but also we need to offer experiences. Those experiences, they have become more important than ever because customers in some markets, they cannot just go physically to stores. So they need to get their purchases via online, and the product is not enough. They may see some clothes or shoes in the website, but like how, for example, will those products make them feel, right? So that's why some brands, they are doing loads of activities at the moment using AR or artificial intelligence, 3D, to try to go around this and build a storytelling that really help them to connect with their products. So those will be the key areas in the retail industry, definitely.
Amazing. And I was reading that you are with an amazing project like about open platforms that is supporting all these experiences. So exactly. I know it's one of the top projects in the country around technology.
Exactly. So as I mentioned before, only the companies that have been preparing for this for years are the ones that are really surviving at the moment, right? So in this case, we are very proud to have invested in digital during the last few years. And obviously we have our own digital platforms, we have projects that integrate the stock, for example, from online and physical stores, which means that the product is available to customers quicker, and this is a way to do not lose sales, right? Like traditional businesses, if the stores they don't have the stock, they will lose the sale. In our case, this doesn't happen anymore because we are integrating the stock. And at the same time, there is so many new items, such as, for example, the use of the app. And trying to use the app to get customers closer to our products, such as Modo Tienda, where customers they can check the stock in real time, and they can just go to the store and find their own products in their phone, right? Like traditionally, customers they have to go and ask to the customer service how to find products, and now it's much easier. So those are the changes we have seen, and definitely companies in the fashion industry, they should bet for those, because this is the future.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough competition in the future. I was buying at IKEA and Leroy Merlin like last week. They have been preparing themselves quite a lot. And when you compare those to like Bricomart or the other ones, like it's such a huge difference. It's not something of the last year. It's an investment of the last 10 years I think they have done. So, so let's see how the future is going to be. And regarding Deliveroo, I mean the market has been digital by like native digital almost. What changes have you did on your consumers or users in the last year?
We are native digital company, so it didn't really change the way we operate. But through the pandemic, we had different phases. Like first, we were all scared of ordering. At the beginning, we all were going to the supermarket and then cleaning the products at home. Like everything you bought, you would clean it. So people at that point, they stopped ordering. Like just were too scared of, oh, maybe the cook could have COVID and then they would infect me. All that lasted for a couple of months, and then we started a new wave of digitalization that, as Elena and Immaculada were saying, like everything happened too fast. Like my mother was ordering Deliveroo. I've been in the company for more than 3 years. She never ordered. And suddenly one day she sent me a picture like, oh, and I was like, oh, my brother ordered. No, I did it myself. And I was like, come on, what happened here? And I pushed her very hard to order in the past. So that happened, and I think COVID has been the best digital tool we've had in the world. And if there is something we can take from that awful pandemic, it's that. And then in terms of consumer, we've seen that consumers have become more and more impatient, and it makes perfect sense what we said about BBVA and using the app more and more. Like we can see a wave now of new companies coming out, like Dija, Gorillas. Do you know that companies that deliver groceries in 10 minutes or less? Which, to be honest, I've tried them out, and it's crazy that it's true. Like you have your groceries in 6-7 minutes, and that companies are raising a lot of money. Like Dija, 20 million in London with a PowerPoint. Gorillas, I think they are now on more than 200. And like, it's just because we all want everything right now. Like literally at the moment that you say we are at home, so we shouldn't have become more impatient. But to be honest, I don't know why the market has become more impatient. Like at the beginning in Deliveroo, we said, okay, we'll increase the radii of the restaurants so everyone can have access to restaurants that are far away, but they have more supply to offer from, to choose from. And suddenly we saw that people were ordering the ones that would be delivered in less time. And it was quite shocking because it's like, come on, you're at home. You have nothing to do. We're in a pandemic. No. People wanted everything now. And it could be because as they are bored, they don't want to wait for the 30 minutes. Like, I want it now, I do it. But my opinion, like, we don't really know why that happened, but we don't really need to find an explanation. Just do what consumers want.
That's what normally happens, no? And we are putting a word to that. Like, quick commerce has been like the new trend.
Exactly.
And I mean, I don't know. It's sometimes the way you explain. We don't know what these behaviors happen. Maybe Elena with data can explain us in the future. But thank you for that, Ignacio. Talking about data, Elena, how I mean, how BBVA have response to that digital world that is changing so fast? I know your specialty is data. So how have you respond outside and inside? Because I know it's not only about the things you put outside, it's about how you change the company, the culture of the company inside. How have you gone through that journey?
So talking about what we've been doing, not for the past year, but for the past maybe 10 years, first, as I think every company, we have to build some basics. And in the case of banking was to put the things that we used to do in the branch only, have them digital, which sounds like, well, that's simple. It's not that much, because imagine opening an account has a lot of legal requirements, anti-money laundering, etc., and took us years to put together a process that you could sign online, take a selfie, no? And even in some countries where we are present, like for instance in Argentina, we still need to have a person with a motorbike. Maybe we could use Deliveroo for that. I'm thinking.
We are not in Argentina, but we can talk about it.
No, but we still need for some kind of processes to close the operation in person, no? So this is not easy at all, no? And you need to do it with a very good experience, because before we used to have somebody helping you to do that, no? A person in front of you, and now you do it on your own. You need great experience. So after that, we have to realize that we have a huge opportunity of doing new things, no? For instance, in banking, only the very wealthy people used to have personal advice from another human. No, always from another human. No, now with data and with all the I don't like to call it AI because it's, but okay, I will do it. No, because everybody would understand. Data/AI gives us the opportunity to make things very personalized using machine learning techniques, and giving advice and personal insights to each and every customer, no matter how wealthy they are, even in a way where no human could do it. No? For instance, explaining a little bit more on what we are doing, if you take transactions from a person, starting from being able to tell somebody, look, you are spending in water more than what is expected for you in this specific month, for that you would need an analysis of your whole year, if you have seasonality, how much you spend, and then I can tell you, look, this month something happened, no? You spend twice as much as expected, no? So to do that, you need to categorize, you need to be able to predict what is going to happen in your water account, you need to be able to compare, and then you need to generate automatically an insight, which has to be correct for that person, because if it is not correct, I mean, if you make a wrong recommendation in Netflix or in Spotify, okay, I didn't like the movie, no? If you make a bad recommendation with money, it's like, okay, come on, no? It's a disaster for trust, at least, no? So this is something that we are trying to do with specific events or things that happen in your account. For instance, you normally receive an income, no? So this month you didn't receive it. We don't know why, but you didn't, no? So being able to identify these outliers is the first step we're taking. And the second one is to be able to, given a goal that you can express, I would like to take a trip to New York, I would like to, retire whenever, be able to give personalized recommendations that no human could do, because you need to analyze every data point in order to make them. So that is one of it's not the only, but this is one of the biggest projects I'm working on, the whole concept of financial health, both in the day-to-day activities. So for instance, look, Elena, you are spending in bars more than, much more than your normal behavior, okay? Let's call it that. And this is not easy to detect, and it's not easy to do it right 100% of the time. So we are already working on that. And also something more long-term, which is more like the financial well-being concept, where other type of recommendations are taking place.
And Elena, if I can ask you, so if I don't receive my salary this month, I guess the goal will be to offer me a loan.
Yeah.
For that?
Well, of course, we always have to find a way at the end of this journey, advice journey, to put some product. Sometimes yes, and sometimes there's no product to be offered. It's just, look, don't spend that much. No? If you want to comply with your goal of going to New York, don't go to bars. No, we will do it more polite. That is one thing, but there are other situations where we can, at the end of the day or at the end of the journey, put an offer. No, but it is not something that we are thinking in advance. We're trying to see, okay, what are the situations where we could help, and in some of them we could offer a product. But for instance, I'm thinking of another anecdote. Well, it's not an anecdote. It's something that we needed to change in the pandemic, which is the fact that when people stopped receiving their salaries and changed to the ERTES, we needed to change the algorithm, because you would receive a notification saying, look, you didn't receive an income that you normally receive. Okay, thank you so much. I know that I have been fired, or thank you, BBVA. Really bad experience, no? So we needed to be able to identify this as stopping the salary and a replacement with the ERTE, so we don't send weird notifications linked to these events, for instance. So it's not easy, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that part is quite. I mean, that change is going to be very radical. In the industry, you have been used to push products. I remember when, like 5 years ago, your banker would call you saying, get a loan, and you're like, I don't need a loan. You can see my numbers. I don't need a loan. I need something else, but not a loan. So, I mean, that change is going to be pretty amazing in the next years, and keep working with the data, because I think is the only answer. Ima, what have you done in regarding those changes that have you seen, besides the open platform that you have in place regarding channels? What are you doing in your company?
Before answering you to that, I wanted to say to Elena that it was very funny when you were mentioning about, for example, calculating the spend on certain areas of customers. It's very funny. I work with a bank. It's not really UDA. Sorry for that. It's competition, but it's very funny when they send me at the end of the month, like the reports on spending, for example, in traveling or eating restaurants. It's so crazy, and it's like, oh my God, how do they calculate this? And it really helps, right? Because it really helps you to manage. So I can really see how important that is.
Yeah, I think there is a long way to go, there.
Wow, it's crazy. Yeah. So regarding us, I can tell you that, for example, the most important thing here, it will be the investment, right? So as I mentioned, our president last year made an announcement about all the investment he was planning to do with the online channel. It was crazy, millions and millions of euros, right? This is the most important thing that we did, and I feel very grateful for being part of a company like that, because I'm fully aware that other fashion companies are not able to do that. They don't have the resources to invest in digital, which is a pity, because this is exactly what they should be focusing on now, right? The second point will be the internal changes. This is very funny because the same way, the same channels that company have, like stores, websites, and so on, this is a reflection on how the company works inside. So traditionally, we have had teams dedicated to physical stores and then teams dedicated to the online channel. This means that those teams, they didn't necessarily have to work together, or they didn't necessarily have to understand each other. There was even internal competition regarding that, which is crazy, because at the end, brands, they only want to sell, doesn't matter where, right? Doesn't matter the channel. So one of the big changes was changing the teams and bringing more people from IT companies, people with experience in technology, to try to include this in the company, and also training the teams and make them aware of both channels, train them on how to understand customers in both channels, and then how to create strategies for both channels. This is a very big step. We are in the transition to that. So some brands have already converted to both channels, and some others are on the way, but this is definitely the way to go. And finally, obviously, there are the external factors as well. We were mentioning before, there is a big investment in technology, in the app, and also in the way we distribute products and the way we manage stock. That is the key, to have, as I mentioned before, to have the stock available in different channels to ensure that we don't lose sales. So those have been the changes we have done the last few months.
Thank you for that. And Ignacio, in Deliveroo, what changes have you done during the pandemic and during this year that are quite representative?
What we've had, as I was saying, we are a native company, native digital company, so we didn't have to change many things. But what really happened to us is that before the pandemic, we were just an accessory for restaurants. You have a pizza place, and you have a few orders from Deliveroo, Globo, whoever, that brings you extra money. You don't think too much about it. It's like, oh, the delivery guy comes, takes the pizza, perfect, extra money. But suddenly, March 2020, delivery becomes your only source of income. Restaurants are suffering so much. Restaurant owners have debts all over the place. And suddenly what happens is that we have to get closer to them through account management. What we have to do is to know that we have become so important for the restaurant and they need answers, that we have to put our account management team on the phone 24/7. So whenever a restaurant calls us looking for answers, like many answers, we don't have them. It's like we are not Wikipedia. But at the end, if we manage to say, we are here with you, we'll fight with you, we are here to support you, I really think that's what they needed in that moment. Like, you couldn't send them to, oh, send your ticket to Zendesk and someone will get back to you in 48 hours. No, come on, this person is desperate at that moment. Like, we need to be closer to them and just support them.
So again, it's about the experience you create for them, about the, I mean, I love a formula about happiness that is reality-less expectations. So if our expectations are changing, like you say, you need things for now, you are living with more anxiety. So actually our reality, the service that we put out there have to change a lot. And how do you see the future? I mean, regarding, let's say that we are almost 1 year to the pandemic, 1 year and 1 month, something like that. Regarding, you can choose your employees or maybe your customers. Are we still gonna live like this? How do you see your companies in the next year? Like from here to 12 months? You think we're gonna go back to the office? You think people are gonna still going more to the bank office or to the store? They're gonna go to the old behavior, or something is gonna change? And I leave the question to the first one to answer.
Okay, so from the employees' point of view, no? As we have big headquarters here in Madrid, we have branches and everything. So we started giving everybody the possibility to come back voluntarily. Okay. 1 day, 2 days per week, since 1 year, almost 1 year ago, since July last year. And since then, some of us have been going, no? And I think that it is important to come back and see people face to face, and not for specific meetings or for projects. It's more for being able to talk about other things. Because what I think is I'm missing a lot is conversations, of course, personal, with people that you don't see often. Or you see somebody in a meeting with other 10 people on Zoom or on WebEx, you don't ask about how are you doing, how's your family and everything. So that is one. But another thing is things related to, I don't know, anything that has to be creative, anything about strategy. We've lost that. That's my feeling. We don't talk about that that much. We've tried to have some, creative sessions or design thinking sessions, but you have to schedule them within a day, which is meeting. Design thinking. Okay, let's do design thinking now with virtual post-its. Yeah. It works so. I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but it's not like physical. So I guess that whenever we have the vaccines in, I don't know, whatever percentage of the population, we will come back, but it will be on a hybrid model, that we will try to make it forever, whatever it means, forever. But the plan is that we won't come back 5 days a week anymore, because as we have good things of being in person, of course we have good things of being remote. More time, not commuting, you can have more time for personal things, especially people that live 1 hour away from the headquarters, no? So this is what I foresee for the next year. And in terms of customers, I think that the trend will continue. I mean, everything will continue moving fast, and we will see the same trend, but going faster in any sense. So, for instance, the bad part is that we've seen in the branches, we've seen visits cutting by half in the past 2 years, which means a lot of branches where nobody goes. Yeah. So that is, the negative side that we have to cope with.
Okay. You want to say something,
Yeah.
Ignacio? Or
Yeah, I can go. I think that, sorry, yeah?
Go ahead.
because you were like before.
I think a hybrid model can work, but I'm 100% sure that a fully remote model can't work. Why is that? And now we are living with our legacy or goodwill from before the pandemic. So I can call someone in the operations team of delivery and say, hey, what's up, man? Can you do this for me? It's quite urgent. Boom, done. But because I have that relationship, imagine that guy had joined the company 6 months ago, never met him, never interacted with him. That relationships will not work the same way, and that will just not be efficient. I read a few months ago that Twitter was going full remote. Now, with the legacy they have from the office time, perfect. Everyone will be very happy, someone working from Hawaii, blah, blah, blah. But in 2 years, whenever their employees have totally changed, never met in person, I don't think that can work. In small companies like, I know Samaipata have become full remote, the VC fund. But yeah, 10 people company, once a month they organize a face-to-face event trip in Lanzarote, next time in Lisboa. Okay, that can work, but it's very different than taking Telefonica full remote. So I don't think that big companies can work full remote.
Yeah, I agree a lot with you, and I haven't thought about this goodwill that we're living. But it's true, in our company we have 20% of the people new, and they're actually struggling because we are a very collaborative company because we have very good relationships. And now the new is not the same. It's not that they're not growing as the people before that grow because everybody were doing favors between each other.
And onboardings, like for new people, I've had new people in my team. Before, imagine I'm next to Immaculada, she's my new boss, so she explains things to me, and then whenever I have a question, I can say, oh, such a nice weather today. By the way, how do I do this? Now, no. Now you have to send her an email like, yeah, Immaculada, I'm not very smart, I have another question. Can you please reply this to me? Or you have to go and say, oh, can we set up a call because I have a question? Come on, you have questions all day. Like when you are new to a company, you need inputs all the time. I think it's very tough. Like I've had quite a bad time onboarding people. Like it's like, come on, we've been in this call for 4 hours. I need a break.
That's why I'm looking a lot the trends of what is going on. I cannot bet on a trend on how we're gonna be in 1 year or maybe 2 years, as you say. Ima.
I agree with Ignacio. You know what? At Google, we used to do a lot of tests regarding that because before the pandemic, obviously that was already happening at Google in terms of that teams were already digitalized, obviously, and the way of working internally was also like, we were working remotely from different countries depending on where we had business, right? That's true that there were some tests run, and I remember reading something regarding that for companies it's not good to have more than 30% of the time remote, because then you will lose the time to connect with your colleagues, right? And this is where personal relations come into case.
Yeah.
There is a lot of research regarding that, actually saying what you are saying at the moment, that personal relations are very important. But that's true that we also need to have a flexibility, as Elena was saying. Obviously the world has changed, and as Francisco was saying before, we cannot lose 14 hours traveling to another city or another country for a meeting. This is non-productive at all, right? So I can also see this hybrid model, but obviously incorporating and keeping this face-to-face input, right? Regarding customers, I would like to mention one word only, which is data. Data will be the key, I guess, in most sectors, but especially in our sector, right? So in the past, the only data we had was about customers coming to stores and asking for a product, asking for a dress, asking for a pair of shoes. But at the moment, we are able to incorporate all this data together and then offering tailored solutions to our customers.
Yeah.
And this is crazy because this is the best that companies can do in order to improve their products, right? Because at the end, if you have data about sex, gender, interests, and so on, then you are able to tailor your products to that customer and to that need, right? So I guess there is a lot of working in this area. Obviously, the more quality the data has, the better. And there is also a big part in terms of automatization, right? We have done, like, our sector is very traditional as well. So we have noticed that there are ways, obviously, to do things more productively if we use automatization, right? So for me, those will be the keys for the future.
Yeah. And this is regarding general technological trends. And if we go on your side, like marketing, digital marketing trends is also another world that is changing super fast. I want to go back on the employees, and just to point that I read an article that Google did a study on super efficient teams. It's in New York Times, like very good study. And it shows like every team, if you have a meeting that you start very disciplined, like you don't talk about personal life, you just go straight to the point. That's what we think, like a little bit more German like. Those teams will like less efficient than teams that spend a little bit time talking about their personal life, having the coffee, losing a little bit of time at the beginning to create a personal relationship. The efficiency were like super high. So.
Well, I didn't know that, but that's very true. For example, in fashion, we tend to have very long meetings and non-organized meetings because fashion is about creativity, right? So we used to be in front of, for example, a pair of shoes during hours discussing about how that will suit our customers. And the discussions are crazy. Yes, everyone giving their opinion. Obviously, those are very subjective opinion because there is a pair of shoes or a dress or whatever. But that's true that in our case, in fashion and retail, we need of those discussions. Like a 20-minute meeting, which is according to the rules how meetings should be, it won't work.
Yeah. So regarding,
And one more thing, and one question for you guys, like, and also about attention and focus. How many times do you check your phone during a class that is online versus how many times do you check it if it's face-to-face? There are some professors here, so we will not answer, but I think if you are fully remote, people can lose focus quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I fully agree with that.
Yeah. So we have time to like one question from you guys. If you want to ask one question to the panel, it will be amazing. Yeah. Maybe you have to speak very loud, I think.
Sure. Make sure I bring up the level. Hi, my name is Juan Balbi.
We'll repeat the question.
Yeah, I will repeat the question.
Analytics and Big Data master's student. My question is for you, Elena. I could appreciate your point about the response time in, for example, lending operations and how that could be obtained. And to me, thank you, Didi. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, to me that seems like a big chance for disruption for somebody to, actually do that. Even, somebody from outside the regulatory space, somebody from another country, for example, or a global organization. So my question is, are you guys evaluating working together with the regulatory bodies to bring them up to speed so that they can have the algorithms to regulate your algorithms?
That's a very good point, and a huge area of improvement in the way we do things. But here we have it's quite complex, and maybe the point is to go to get the regulators be willing to evolve, no? Because so in many senses, for instance, in things that we are trying to do internally, when we are getting to an algorithm that becomes a little bit complex, then we cannot use it because it is not fully explainable. And I agree that we need to be able to explain people why a loan is denied, but maybe you don't need full explainability of every single thing that gets into the algorithm to explain somebody why, no? But the regulatory bodies are asking us to be full transparent, for instance. So they are, for instance, the type of data that we use is also regulated. No? So this makes regulation be very rigid, and at the same time, internal regulations, so internal risk teams, try to comply, and they are rigid at the same time. So it's a very difficult change to overcome. And then there is another point here with GDPR here in Europe. One of the clauses says that you cannot have automatic decision making on things that have impact in people's lives. Okay, this is very broad, but at the end of the day, a loan has impact on people's lives. So you are not supposed to use any automatic mechanisms without a human in the loop. So that makes real time out of the picture completely. So we are seeing some small companies doing it because they don't have the same type of focus and regulation and supervision as we do. So I think we need to first start by changing the minds of the people working on regulation, because I'm sure that we need to be fair, we need to be basically fair, don't have bias, etc. But we cannot assume that having a human in the loop is always better, because people cannot analyze the same amount of data as a machine can. Yeah. So maybe collaboration between two would be an answer, no? So we need first the regulatory bodies to evolve, then the internal risk teams in banks evolve at the same time. And then we will be able to do something, as you're saying.
Thank you. Any other question? Yeah, last one there.
So I have a question for Emanuela.
Sure.
You said that the Zara is moving away from fast fashion. I want to know what it's leaning towards now, because fast fashion is what makes Zara money, right? And I understand the sustainability spin on it, but what are they doing, like, exactly?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So actually, you nailed it. That's fast fashion is what we do, right? So it's very hard to change that because it is the core of our business. There are many challenges involved in the process related with obviously costs and related with how we do things. And I'll say that the key in this sense is try to evolve as much as we can into a more sustainable pattern according to the demands of customers. So in this sense, at the moment, obviously, we cannot compare to companies that are fully sustainable because that's not who we are. But we can incorporate sustainable practices in the process of making a product. We can incorporate, for example, the use of less water. We can try to use more sustainable materials. We can, those are things that we are trying to do, but obviously, is as you said, it is very hard because this is not the core of our business. The company is moving towards this, including all those sustainable practices within the product, but that's true that there will be a real challenge to have full connections, fully sustainable, because this is not what we do. But we are on that. We are on the way to that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much.
Well, with that, we finished. Thank you very much for keeping us bellies full, keeping us close, and keep our money safe in the account and healthy. So thank you for that. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. And let's keep going. Yeah. And if you want, your little thing.
Thank you, Elena, Enma, Ignacio, and Daniel for the interesting discussion. What is really interesting is, though all these companies are talking about digital transformation, it's not a one size that fits all. Everyone has had to adapt in their own ways. We now break for coffee, a short 15 minutes break, and we'll see you afterwards, and we move on with the discussions. Yeah. Just a reminder, we are not allowed to eat over here inside the Aula Magna, so please collect your breakfast boxes outside, and I would request you to have the breakfast and then come back in. See you in 15 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. So hope you enjoyed the coffee break and the breakfast. So first of all, I would like to welcome you to the 4th edition of TechIE conference. In this segment, we have a keynote from Daniel, and we would be having a panel on the future of mobility. So first of all, I would like to talk about Daniel Bedoya, who's the regional manager for Europe at Cabify. So Daniel holds a degree in agronomy engineering from the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, where he also completed a master's degree in operations management. He founded a ride-sharing platform in 2013 called Caronas.co. So this company, which was a great success since its launch, was sold to Rocket Internet Group, where he also became the country manager of Tripda. That's a group company. He then made the leap to Cabify, where he held various management positions. So without further ado, I would like to call Daniel to deliver the keynote.
Hello. Good morning. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I will try to give you a little bit a broad context about mobility and also about how Cabify is working on this. And feel free to ask. And it's a pleasure to be here and enjoy. Okay, how about mobility? No, I think this year is a challenge year. No, this year, no, the last year, no, and this year is changing as well. But I used to say that mobility is like the central engine of world change normally. No, if we start to think historically, how about the code industry or the code systems? It started on the mobility, no, on the 800 years, 1800, the people need to transport food overseas, and they start to create more technology than just have ice on the ships, no? Because it is how it happened on that time, no? What used to happen is that people go through the North Pole or where have ice or snow, get this snow, take to the ships, and then transport it. So really archaeological, no? I mean, or something really old. And they start to move it, no? Then we have the revolution of the combustion motor, like the new trains and the new motors, the new automations, the rails, whatever. No, the mobility is like the engine center for all chains worldwide. And it's not something like just pushed by the mobility, no, but it's pushed about the environment, because we have this composition of environment, how people want to move, how the transportation wants to evolve, and how the mobility industries can support this evolution about the people, about the new companies, the new necessities, and it's it, no? So considering it, the last year we had the COVID-19 that affect all countries, affect as well mobility. No, so what happened to Cabify and our mobility worldwide? As a company, like all other mobility, people mobility companies, we were almost fucked. No, it is what happened. More than 90% of decrease on numbers. If you see worldwide and in other countries, it happens as well. No, for sure. Or 3 or 4 months, and then we start to recover, no? And now we have this recovery tendency, and this tendency it didn't change about what we were expecting the last few years, like 5 years or 10 years of forecast, no? Because we were forecasting on that time about multi-mobility, about autonomous cars, about healthy mobility solutions. I mean, about the sustainability, no? Electric cars and whatever. And what happened last year accelerated a little bit this path. We had like a 10 steps like to the past, but now we have a new way to be more efficient for this transformation, and like this transformation, you reduce the time to reach there, because the people changed, the cities changed, and then the necessity is changed. No, it's like also about how we see change about people behavior and also mobility trends on cities, And the COVID-19 incentivized to have more concerns about environmental things that it was happening, but now with more concerns about the government. And the second step, the multi-mobility, the people start to be more have more fear about the health issues to be transported on public transportation, or even in sharing transportation like Cabify, how this car is cleaned, what protocols it has, and they start to look at other opportunities. And it's the same thing about the multi-mobility solutions that was being developed few years before the COVID-19, but now with more concerns. So in one side, if we separate the mobility in three big pillars, like environmental aspect. So the COVID-19 showed it. All cities stopped it, and the environment retrieved it and had better conditions. And this is all being discussed in all world forums about environmental things. And it happened for mobility as well. The second pillar about multi-mobility. The people start to thought about how I can move better to my destination. But now I don't have the same destination, same destination needs or same mobility needs that I had before. Now I want to be more at home in a part of the population, but now I'm concerned about safety issues on mobility, and now I will try to look at other opportunities. Now I want to have my own car because I need more flexibility, and I didn't need it before because I had like a commute rides really. Commute rides now is something really programmed. Every day I wake up at 8, I go to the work at 9, and then I return at 6. Now they doesn't have it. They have more flexibility at work and also in the environment as well. And it pushed it for which other mobility solutions I can use for this flexibility. And this third pillar that was already being discussed, it started to be more accelerated. Now if we see all people here probably start to try another solutions like scooters or mopeds, or like even the ride hailing. New people come to ride hailing or whatever. And the third pillar that started to be more motivated, but we were discussing about it in the past, is about the cities, the cities composition, the smart cities discussion, how we can have healthy cities and smart cities, how they can be connected with microsystem, microeconomics. And it was, and the biggest challenge on the past about it, because I work in a lot of government discussions about it, and also supporting some projects about it, is about the work situation of people. If you have big economic centralization place in some place or some cities, you will push the people to go to these middle centers, and this affects the mobility, and also comes the congestion and whatever, all the problems that we know. And now this new change that was promoted by the COVID, it started to discuss and accelerate more about these smart cities. I want to have my place, and I want to work remotely. And now we are creating hubs or works in different places of the cities, in the same city or big city, or even though in smaller cities, some hubs or just remote people working on them. And so the smart cities conception started to be more easier, because one of the biggest problems to change the smart cities concept is about the work, and about how we can split the economic centralization in different areas, and the people can just have and live in small cities or small regions on these cities. And it changed as well, because the COVID promoted this work change about more flexibility, and all people don't need to be on the same place, on the same building, and the same day. So I think we had a lot of problems about COVID. I'm not talking about the health issues, lives, or whatever, but we had a lot of problems in all other aspects. But it accelerated what mobility could be. And this is what we are now. Not change it, but accelerated. Probably changing some pillars, but now we're accelerating it. And what is it? Basically, there is a big discussion about terminology, but it's mobility. Mobility as on demand. We are working on this like for several years. But this is just the beginning, no? I used to say on my team with my team that we are in a baby steps stage of this industry, no? We just started to create the mobility on demand since 2011, 2008. We are just in 2020, okay, 10 years. But you know, have you thought about how long changed it to start to have mechanic cars? Thousands of years, you know? And then mechanic cars to electric cars. Half of a century probably, or more than that. We are still struggling to have electric cars. And now we just have 10 years of on-demand service. And we have probably all the feature about on-demand service. And probably it's not just on-demand of people transportation. It's on-demand about food transportation, about whatever you want, no, about mobility. And this is what we are doing right now, no? So the main evolution about the COVID can support us to work on, to this path, no, this new path about multi-mobility service. And it comes along the user needs about how they want to move, no? And this is a forum about the data no group. And considering the data work group, what we are looking right now at Cabify and in our mobility industries is about which motivators on the people reflects and which kind of mobility selection, no? You know, if I want to have to go dinner at night, probably I can choose a car, a private car, or a ride-hailing car. But on the other day, if I want to go to a park with a friend, I can try to use, I don't know, a motorcycle, a sharing motorcycle. Or I just can go by walking because the people have more time right now, no, in sometimes. So the data here in Cabify, we are creating a lot of models, and also not just models, but all the data engineering, because this is really hard to have all these database set it, tagged. You have to create new labels. You have to create new engineering system to process all these data and all these connections to understand which motivators are bringing the people to move right now, and which solutions could be optimal. And probably on the next 5 years, it's not just something really long, but the next 5 years, the mobility trends will be changing about it. Probably what we will see is a big change about how data can support all technology companies, and not just technological companies like Cabify, but technology companies like Volkswagen or the biggest one, because they are doing a lot of transformation in mobility about data, and understand it and have more predictability about new technologies or new mobility solutions or new environment, you know, to work with all these people or new consumers. And this is what we're having right now. So we have this transformation happening. Probably we will see in the next 5 or 10 years, probably no, it will happen, the electric change, but this is more pushed because of the environmental things, no, it's the new way. But we have a lot of big challenge on government side here because of the infrastructure sector. There is always a discussion, which part has the problem about electrical? The government or the industry? The government because we doesn't have infrastructure on the streets, and industry because we have enough good batteries, because the cars need more lifetime on the streets. You know? But the problem, the big issue here is not about the batteries. The battery will be solved because have billion of dollars here. Multi companies trying to get this market, and it will happen. And already, I don't know how much of you guys like this inverse of electric cars, but we have already cars for more 500 kilometers of autonomy, and it's happening. No? But the infrastructure will be the challenge here because no one wants to invest the money. Everyone wants to have it, but who wants to invest the money? The private sector will say this is the government, but now we're in a capitalist era. The capitalist era, the government will say, no, the private companies need to invest it, we can have a share. And now we are in this discussion about who has the ownership and who has the possibilities to do this, and also how we can create value about it. Value is money. It's not just small volume of money, big money, because huge investments needs huge revenues, no, in this sector, and this is what we're facing now. The changing of the structural sector, the changing of environmental technology about the electrical cars or whatever. There are other types being tested, and also the mobility service, no, the on-demand tendency accelerated, and this all comes through this period, the next years, and we're pushed by the COVID-19 problem. And this is nice, no? So we are just starting, and we need a lot of new people in this sector. We need a lot of technology, engineers, and also business people to understand how to create new opportunities here and continue evolving. So we are just, like I said before, we are just on a baby steps, and we are just becoming teenagers. And is it? No. Now we are starting to be more rebels. No, because we are trying to discuss with governments, with whatever, but have all life to create this big change that just started, and then COVID-19 probably just gave us 2 years old than we had before, and now we have to fight and continue this evolving and this development, no, through the future of the mobility. And is it? I hope you guys have any questions, but for my side, I can discuss a little bit more about all these topics. Okay. Any questions? Okay,
Yeah,
thank
Daniel,
you.
I do have one. I did. I come from a country and a city in which motorcycle taxis are a very convenient way to get around. Now I see hello. The industry which you represent nowadays is mostly moving cars. Now, if we're talking about sustainability, obviously the scale and the batteries and electricity taken up by a car compared to a motorcycle, it's a big difference there. My question is, do you foresee a change towards that dimension change from cars to motorcycles, especially in big cities?
Yeah, for sure, because this is being pushed by the micro-mobility tendency, no, about the user motivators that goes through a micro-mobility mindset or micro-mobility solutions. And it goes to a transportation solution that are smaller vehicles, like motorcycles or smaller cars. We have some quadricycles that are appearing, electric quadricycles. So it's happening, but mainly for distance moving of 3 to 7 kilometers.
Correct.
And it works because this used to be in crowded places, no, crowded centers. So it's smaller the vehicle, less space it used not just for parking but for moving. No, I don't know if you guys have already seen any information, but one vehicle in movement needs 40 or 60% more area than it is. No, so if you have also a smaller vehicle, you need less space on the streets as well for the movement. So it's happening, and it's a tendency as well.
A follow-up question real quick. How about ownership of the actual vehicles? How are you guys envisioning that actually setting up? Will companies such as yourselves, would it be holding companies? Would it be individuals? Would it be individuals renting to other individuals who drive them?
It will depend about the user motivator. For sure, the ownership of cars are not now, and now it's the reality, one necessity if compared to the last 10 years. So 10 years ago or 15 years ago, the ownership of cars were needed to all motivators or all users you have. And now we start to create some on-demand service which you can use for some specific motivators. No, go out or go to a cine or whatever, go to work. So the ownership of cars, for sure, for some of those motivators will change it. But probably what is the discussion of the industry is about motivators that instigates to have one private car, like go long trips, long trips to not big center place in cities that you cannot have more flexibility on mobility solutions. So answering your question, considering these both hypotheses or realities, yes, the ownership of vehicles is already changing. So for certain user motivators or certain mobility necessities, you don't need more to own your own vehicle. And for this solution appears a lot of ideas, like on-demand service, peer-to-peer renting, because I can use the asset of another one. I was on Volkswagen this week, and they have a new solution in all Volkswagen cars, and every people can enable it to each one of those cars, and you can just look on an app, the Volkswagen app, and use this car on the street. But this car is a private car. You are just having like a renting of the other people. It is it. So it will happen. But another one is the property of a vehicle. Probably it will continue through a period. I'm not sure. I'm here like more guessing. But this will continue happening because some specific user motivators you cannot just solve by on-demand solutions, And now is where we are discussing which one of them, like long trips, weekend trips, whatever. This is more owner. You can rent a car, but if you have more frequency of use it, probably the rental cars need to change a little bit the business model or how they do this business, because it's really expensive when you compare it to buy a car if you want to have this frequency of kind of user motivator. So it is happening, but now, in my opinion, not all the circumstances, but we are evolving for this.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Daniel, for your valuable insights. So now let's move on to the next segment, which is the panel discussion on the future of mobility. So we have three very interesting speakers from three different mobility companies, and which are transforming the mobility sector in their own ways. So let me introduce the first speaker, Paul Alvarez from Bolt. So Paul Alvarez is the regional manager, rentals for Southern Benelux and Northern European markets at Bolt. So his role at Bolt includes driving growth in the regions through micro-mobility services to enable progress and stimulate economic growth through employment opportunities and smart mobility solutions. So under him, Bolt has expanded to more than 15 cities in 5 countries and planning to grow to 30 cities in 7 countries in total before the end of 2021. So prior to Bolt, Paul has worked in both public institutions as United Nations as well as private companies like IBM and operations and delivery startups for the last 10 years. So Paul holds a bachelor's degree in economics at Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, as well as an executive MBA and a master in international relations, cooperation and development. So let me invite Paul to the stage. So our second speaker of the panel is Dr. Luigi Carafa from Zeleros Hyperloop. So Luigi Carafa is the Chief Sustainable Officer and Head of Institutional Affairs at Zeleros Hyperloop, a transportation company that develops ultra-high-speed land mobility systems for passengers and cargo. Dr. Luigi works with government, business, civil society, and finance to accelerate the development of Hyperloop mobility systems. He has 13 plus years of experience in infrastructure, mobility, and renewable energy within the private, public, and non-profit sectors. So Dr. Luigi holds a master's degree in European Political Sciences from Europa College, PhD in Public Policy from University Toulouse, One Capital, and postdoc in Energy and Climate Policies from University of Cambridge. Let us welcome Dr. Luigi Carafa to the panel. So our third speaker is Till Lesinski from Lilium. He's calling in from Germany today. Tim is the head of IT DevOps corporate systems at Lilium, where he is responsible for finance, data science, business intelligence, human resources, and quality management on the IT side. So prior to joining Lilium, Tim worked in the BMW Financial Services and BMW Group in many management roles. Tim holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Syracuse University in New York, an MBA degree from University of Pittsburgh, Joseph M. Katz Graduate School of Business. Let us put our hands together for Till Lesinski. So Natalia Bayona, who's the Director of Innovation at World Tourism Organization, was supposed to be a moderator, but she couldn't be here today because of some last-minute changes in our agenda. So I would be moderating the panel today. So a little bit introduction about myself. I'm Praveen. I hold a Bachelor's of Engineering degree in Electrical Engineering and a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of Colorado Boulder. I worked in the automotive industry for 5 years at Stellantis, working on electric and hybrid electric vehicles. So I'm also the president of the IE Mobility and Automotive Club here at IE. So without further ado, so let's start the panel discussion. So first of all, I would like to start with Paul. First of all, congratulations on re-entering the Spain market with your e-scooters. So how do you look at the future of e-scooters or micro-mobility and shared mobility in general looking forward?
So first of all, thanks. Definitely COVID and technology have definitely changed how panels work. It's a bit strange to actually not have anyone in front, but we've got new technologies to be able to do this. So first of all, thanks to the university for this opportunity to talk about Bolt and how we're actually growing through Europe. Huge thanks for us being here. Now, as actually Danny has covered very well, mobility in Europe is actually changing very, very much. Just a brief introduction in Bolt. Bolt is Europe's fastest mobility company, growing right now. We're actually live in more than 40 countries and 200 cities through Europe, Africa, South America, and part of Asia. So we're actually very, very active practically throughout the whole globe right now in expanding through different mobility solutions. Our main goal as a company right now is actually to offer affordable, convenient, and responsible transport through every country where we actually operate right now. And and we just landed back in Spain after a short period of pause. Well, we actually never left. We were still operating in Barcelona, and it's actually been very good, very exciting how much and how well we've actually grown throughout the whole globe. Mobility is changing really fast. Some of the topics are actually pretty well covered already. Mobility is changing not only due to the pandemic, but also due to how cities are actually configuring. So you've probably heard about how major cities are actually trying to reduce the amount of private cars that are entering into the main cities. And here is where actually we, as a company, come in offering different solutions. We Bolt, and I'm pretty sure that today we've got many nationalities, and I'm sure Bolt is live in many of your countries. We are currently now offering 3 main business lines, which is myself, which is micromobility. So that goes from scooters, e-bikes, and we just recently launched the Bolt Drive, which is shared vehicles, shared cars. On the other hand, and still the main core of the business is ride-hailing and taxis, where actually in 2020, globally, the company did over 2 billion rides in the different countries where we operate, with more than 50 million users. And we also have food delivery. Now, when you look at mobility as a whole, I'd say one of the biggest advantages and how this has evolved, especially over the last years, is how you as a company can actually help to solve the different problems of the city. No? And here you've got different topics, no? Regulatory perspectives, you've got sustainability, and you've got convenience and affordability. And then these last two are actually the main key topics where we actually work pretty hard on. So historically, transport has not always been cheap, and here is where we actually work in and go in a very, very pragmatic approach. We're actually making transport more convenient and more affordable in every city where we operate by offering ride-hailing cars, shared rides, micromobility, as we have here and in another 783 cities today, actually, throughout the whole globe. And finally, of course, food delivery, no, which is also part of the mobility industry. Now, here, going back on a concept, is actually very important when we look at convenience, no? And convenience is that you can actually offer the local population different means of transport within one single app. So in Bolt, and I would say here at the same stage, our company has actually grown to offer all these services at the same time as mobility has actually evolved. Where actually a user can only choose by offering ride-hailing a car, but can actually offer different solutions. And here, actually, Danny covered it pretty well. The data around this is actually very, very important. No? I can give you several examples about my countries, which are actually pretty interesting. So, for example, in the Nordic countries, people are actually trending to go more on micromobility, mostly now due to the pandemic for safety procedures. But all in all, the reduction in the private car is actually a fact. I mean, actually, as a concept, our CEO, that of course built Bolt, does not have a driving license. I would actually challenge you. I'm pretty sure that there are quite a few people in this room that today do not have a driving license, and that will not impede you to offer different modes of convenient ways to move around the city. No? And here is where we actually work really hard in the different European, African, South American cities to actually offer different modes of transport. And this is evolving constantly. Now, the evolution of this mode of transport needs to go at the same pace as regulation. And here is where, we'll cover it later on in the conference, is where we actively work with cities to make sure that we're growing at the same pace as the demand of the local population to move conveniently, affordably, and in the best way possible in the cities. And what's more important, and we'll get into this topic later, is in a sustainable way. And here is where, again, apart from convenience and affordability, we've actually done a very, very good job over the last years in being carbon neutral. And our micromobility business unit is actually carbon positive. We actually did the pledge last year. And this has actually helped us to grow very, very well in the cities where we operate now. So yeah, we're growing very, very fast, as the whole mobility industry as well is growing fast at the same pace.
Thank you, Paul. What you guys are doing at Bolt is very impressive. So let's move on to Dr. Luigi. So Zeleros Hyperloop has launched the Z01 vehicle demonstrator, I think earlier this March. And also, you guys are planning to construct a 3-kilometer Hyperloop test track somewhere in Spain. So how do you think is the Hyperloop technology going to revolutionize the mobility sector? We can't hear you, Luigi. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'm very glad to be here with you today, and yeah, to join colleagues and also to be here with students. It's always good to be to be together with students. Actually, I like it very much. I've been lecturing as a side activity for over 10 years. So I think it's always good to do that. Also, it's an exercise for us as well. You know, in daily activities in industry or other sectors, sometimes we are busy. It's hard sometimes to stop and think. So it's always good to to have chances to do that in conferences and lectures. I might start probably from from a context perspective, and then maybe we can move also onto Hyperloop. Actually, I was very glad to see that the topic of today's panel is the future of mobility, right? That's the question here. What is the future of mobility? And I believe in that regard that to understand that, we need to have a good grasp of the reality of today, and also to understand the trends that are starting to become realities today, and this will allow us to understand also the future. So here I see, in general, 5 trends in mobility that will determine the future of mobility: decarbonization, digitalization, mobility as a service, resilience, very important one, and automation. Those are the trends or challenges. Some of those are already becoming a reality, like mobility as a service, and here we have some companies that are a true example of that. But those are, to me, in my perspective, the 5 trends that really will determine the future. And here, probably one of the most important one, of course, is decarbonization. We know that approximately 25% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the transport sector, and we also know that with more than 90% of its energy still coming from fossil fuels, transport remains a complex sector to decarbonize. Yet there is no other option except to decarbonize. So we have no other choice because of we know very well the consequences, the impacts on climate change, and also the impacts of climate change on our human activities, on the other hand. So it's very important. And then, as I said, digitalization, mobility as a service, we have clear example here in this panel as well. Automation is becoming a reality. It's easy to understand. And I probably want to stress a little bit more about the importance of resilience. So as I mentioned before, not only we as humans with our activities, we are having an impact on climate change, but also the other way around. The changing climate is having an impact on our activities, and also on the mobility modes. So resilience will be a strong test case for mobility. So the mobility of the future need to be resilient to the climate, need to be capable to adapt to a changing climate. And here a big question mark for you, an open question mark. It's like, how is going to be the situation in 10, 20, 30, 40 years time? With the current technology that we do use, like for instance, aviation, civil aviation, how is going to be the situation in some decades? It's hard to anticipate, but yet we know very well that we need to prepare for the future as a sector, and we have to start now. In order to address these trends or challenges of the mobility of the future. And here, I guess, is where Hyperloop can certainly play a role and contribute, make a strong contribution to the mobility of the future. Just maybe let me tell you briefly what Hyperloop is, because probably not everyone knows about it or knows perfectly about it. It's an innovative mode of transportation that we are working right now, and basically consists of a network of automated vehicles that travels into a low pressure environments, basically tubes where with a vacuum system we are sucking the air from the inside out, and then we are creating and maintaining a low pressure environment. In our case, as Zeleros, this pressure environment is similar to the same pressure levels of civil aviation. So it's like when you take a plane and you take off, then once you reach a certain altitude and the cruise phase starts, that level of pressure levels is where we work. And then basically you put these automated vehicles into these low pressure tubes, and you use levitation technology and propulsion technologies so that you can levitate and propel the vehicles. And due to the low pressure environment, you can reach ultra high speeds with very low energy consumption. It's a full electric system. It's also a city center to center mode of transportation. It's a mass mode of transportation. And last but not least, as I already mentioned also before, important, it's climate resilient. So it's a mode of transportation which is weather sealed. So no matter what happens in the outside, there are no disruptions in the service. And we know very well that this, with the changing climate, is becoming more and more a frequent reality. So just think about just a few months ago, in January, we had a strong winter storm in Europe, where pretty much all Europe was affected. Spain was severely affected, but also many other countries in Europe. And we saw then travel disruptions in railways, in aviation. Of course, we didn't notice too much as users because of the ongoing pandemic. And of course, you know, mass travel is pretty much limited right now. But indeed, there is yet again another example of many that we can list over the last decade that this is becoming a reality, and we need to do our best to address all of those challenges, basically. So this is basically Hyperloop. Of course, it's nothing new to say that this is an innovative, this is an emerging mode of transportation. So we are working on it. Globally, there are 6 companies working on it, on this development. There are also 2 publicly funded programs in China and South Korea, respectively. And so, yeah, it's a very exciting development. It's a very challenging one. Of course, this Hyperloop could very well be the very first huge breakthrough in mass transportation systems, as you can clearly imagine. And it's an additional mode of transportation. So we're not here to, let's say, replace any mode of transportation, so to speak. It's also interesting to understand from a user perspective, what is the experience like, and what are the similarities with other mode of transportation, but also what are the differences. So as a future user of Hyperloop, the experience, let's say at the beginning, is pretty much similar to railway or also the subway, in the sense that you go to a sort of Hyperloop station, which is similar to a railway station, and you onboard into the vehicle, which in a way is similar to a train in a certain way. But there is a difference. That is, the frequency is much more similar to that of a subway. So trips are every few minutes, and also this opens up a huge number of opportunities also in terms of digitalization and on demand, and this makes also Hyperloop different from both railway and also the subway, but also from aviation. And then once you enter the vehicle basically goes from the sort of railway station, the Hyperloop station, into the network of tubes, and it comes into a low pressure environment. And there you start the journey. You start with an initial acceleration with the electric linear motor until you reach cruise speed, and then you're levitating and propelled until you reach destination. And in our case, as Zelleros Hyperloop, we have certain differences with regards to other systems. There are also other companies that are taking, let's say, a system design more similar to ours, but basically our Hyperloop system is it's like once you are into the low pressure environment, it's like an electric aircraft. We have a compressor. It's a full electric system. We have an onboard battery system that propels the compressor and give us the capacity to be propelled. And so in a way, it's pretty much similar to once you are into the low pressure environment within the tubes, the experience is very much similar to that of an airplane, in the sense that you are already, let's say, at the same pressure level as when you reach the cruise altitude for civil aviation. You have a compressor that is just putting the very few remaining air which is in the tube, which is compressing and throwing to the back. And it's a pressurized cabin. The vehicle is a pressurized cabin as much as an airplane. With the difference that you don't have to take off and you don't have to land. And we know that those are the two crucial moments in terms of safety. Also the two more energy consuming moments. And I think for now I'll stop here, also because I'm eager to listen also to other colleagues.
Thank you, Luigi. So I saw the unveiling of Z01. I say that the pod looks very cool. So talking about the landing and takeoff, so we have the Lilium 8 taxi, which has a vertical takeoff and landing. And Lilium unveiled the first prototype in the concept in 2017, and the first test flight was conducted in 2019. And Lilium calls this air mobilizing revolution. So Till, can you walk us through a bit more about it, and also like how is it going to disrupt the mobility sector?
Yeah, thanks first of all for the invitation. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if you can see the background picture. I just brought a Lilium jet just for you to better understand what we talk about. We are a disruptor. We are a company that was just founded 6 years ago by 4 students from the Technical University here in Munich with aeronautics studies and other studies. And they founded this company Lilium. Why? Because they believe in an additional pillar in mobility services. We talked about now, for example, what Luigi just outlined with the Hoopala, and also Bolt with these examples, where you have different types of mobility services, which we believe is with Lilium we would add another pillar here, especially when it comes to regional mobility. So we are not so much focused on intercity connectivity, like for example, if you look into Sao Paulo as one of the mega cities, with a lot of density when it comes to helicopters. We are not focusing on just commuting within cities, but we are focusing on regional commuting. And especially now in the pandemic, it showed that a lot of people tend to leave the cities and move outside of the cities, live in suburbs or even 150 kilometers away from their workplace. And with the pandemic, everyone realized that you don't have to be in. I listened to this conversation you had this morning already. Obviously, you won't be in the office every day. But if you feel like, or if you have an important meeting, then assuming you live somewhere in the suburbs, then this air mobility with Lilium can close this spot. So what we provide is a fully electric 7-seater. At the moment, we are in the certification process with EASA and FAA. We will focus on Europe, first of all, and the East Coast of the US. And this 7-seater, as I said, is six passengers plus 1 pilot. Why do we have a pilot? Especially nowadays with all the autonomous driving, it's still, let's say, from an acceptance point of view for the passenger in the beginning to fly with a pilot. First of all. Second of all, the technology is not yet mature enough to let those flight objects flying independently without a pilot. So what we are starting now, and this is, I think, the bigger in the bigger context, you have to imagine if you have, let's say, a trip from Madrid to Zaragoza, or from Madrid to Bilbao, where you might not have a very good connectivity. You might have to take a plane, a normal commercial plane, or you take the car or the train. What we offer with Lilium is that you can reach those places faster and more seamlessly and easier, because it will connect different destinations where you might have a small distance to walk to, or maybe drive with your e-scooter from Bolt to one of the helipods where we then offer our service. And then we provide you with a distance, for example, from Madrid to Zaragoza in about 30 minutes, rather than traveling in 1 or 2 hours towards Zaragoza. So what we try is really to fill this white spot, which we have in a lot of cities and regions, where you have an average connectivity by train or congested streets with cars, where our Lilium Jet will help you to reach your destination much faster and more convenient. And plus, and I think that was also part of the discussions already today, due to the pandemic, people are more cautious about time, more cautious about their health. They don't want to sit in trains where a lot of people are sharing the same medium, and therefore those Lilium jets will also help here to, let's say, give a more safe and more convenient way to reach from A to B. At the moment, we have about 700 engineers and other experts in that arena from aerospace as well as from automotive companies. We have a lot of investors. We just announced that we will be listed at NASDAQ in July, because we need to now also make sure that until the final, until we can start with commercial flights in about 3 to 4 years, that we secure investments so that we can continue in focusing on the further development of the Lilium jet. What we also offer is not only the design, manufacturing, but also all customer experience. So from booking the flight, find the right location where the Lilium jet will pick you up, to calculate the distance you will fly, up to the point where you then pay for it. And when it comes to payment, we estimate that you will not spend more than what you would normally spend for a taxi ride. So from a costing point of view, it will be affordable for everyone who is used to maybe drive a taxi, or is, for example, on business trip and has to be reach the destination in a faster way. The biggest challenge, of course, is that with all the EASA, with the authorities to come to a certification, this is where we are right now, and we expect that we will have all the certifications in 2 years from now. So if you imagine, if you develop a new plane, a commercial plane, it costs you about $1 billion to develop it from start to the start to finish line when you start commercial flights. So the same, more or less, you have to anticipate in such a new environment as well. If you talk about Lilium and Lilium Jet, and also if you look at the competitors, like, for example, ACA or Joby in the US or EHang in China, It needs a lot of investment, especially also in regards to set up the production facilities, because we expect not to do mass production like Volkswagen or smaller companies like BMW, but we will also come to that point where we will have a, let's say, high volume series production, because the market expectation is that there will be around 200,000 those kinds of air traffic machines in about 20 years from now. So therefore, even looking at all the competitors we have, there is kind of a huge market for also producing those jets. We also have, let's say, for example, Ferrovial is one of our bigger investors who will help us to set up the infrastructure, because what you will need is, still you need a place where you can charge, obviously, the jet, but also at the same time you need to fulfill the same security aspects as if you would board on a normal commercial plane. So you need all the security, you need to identify the passenger, you have to load or upload also luggage, most likely, and we will cover this whole value chain from start to end, not meaning that we also provide all the pilots maybe, but we obviously we will work like Ferrovial or Lufthansa, we will work with third parties, which then also help us to make sure that the infrastructure and the operational part is considered. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Till. Thanks for your insights. So let's move on to the next topic of the discussion, which is the policies and regulations. So Paul, I would like to start with you. As you're aware, there are a lot of regulations and policies in terms of micro-mobility and the shared mobility, not just from country to country, but they change from city to city. So you worked as the regional manager, so you must have known about policies about different countries. So can you walk us through the challenges?
Yeah, definitely. So actually this is one of the most interesting topics in my job and in mobility. I would say right now, and you've actually hit a key point, which is this actually has to be taken down at a city level. What do actually cities care about today, and what's their main concern? And it's really all around three main blocks of topics. We've got sustainability, and this is within the cities and the country's target to meet their sustainability goals and offer different alternative modes of transportation which are sustainable and fall within the ecosystem of the country, okay, of the city, sorry. And this is where we actually come in a very efficient way, yeah? Not offering only rides by car through ride-hailing taxis or shared mobility, but also through micro-mobility, no? And here, it's very important that we know that cities are actually working to reduce the amount of private cars that are in the city centres. You can pick, for example, very, very symbolic cases like London, Stockholm, Brussels, Madrid, actually, where actually you see the trend that moving towards the city centre in your own private car is actually simply not worth it, no? The cities are reducing the amount of private parking spots for private vehicles, and actually trying to involve more the companies in offering different services within these cities, no? And here is where we actually work very, very well, hand in hand with the different cities where we operate. For example, in London, where we're currently offering ride-hailing, in Stockholm, where we actually offer the full ecosystem, or even in Lisbon, where actually it's becoming more and more difficult, no, to drive your car into the city and more expensive. And that is where the people, actually like myself, no, I own a very, very old car, which is actually completely forbidden to go into Madrid center right now. And I just simply don't need it, in the sense because there's different means of transport that I can use, which are sustainable and, what's more important, affordable, okay? So I would say sustainability is one of the main pillars right now, but that actually links towards the second biggest topic, which actually concerns cities quite a lot. And this is actually safety, no? The mobility industry is growing extremely fast right now, actually a lot quicker than the current regulations. And you'll see that there's ongoing different means of transport within the cities. If it's not a scooter, it's a moped, it's a shared vehicle. And these are actually growing even now, as we've seen, no? Very interesting private jets, no? Or jets that move in a very sustainable way from point A to point B, no? And here is where safety actually kicks in, very important, and where we as companies need to intervene to offer a sustainable and safe mode of transport, no? And what do we do here in Bolt? So in Bolt, we actually created our own hardware around micromobility, which is actually designed for the cities where we're actually operating, no? It's sustainable because we control the full supply chain, therefore all the materials that we use are actually fully recyclable, okay? It's safe because we can actually understand better what cities are actually asking from us. And as the markets are actually becoming more mature and more regulated, we can actually interact and react to this faster, probably than other alternatives right now. And it has to be safe for the user, no? You probably realize that scooters, for example, there was a bit of fear around this mode of transport, no? Moving around a city in a scooter initially seemed a bit difficult, but it's actually been part of the ecosystem of the city. For shorter trips, for example, like 3 kilometers, these are actually pretty convenient, but you need to offer safe hardware, okay? And here is where actually cities are actually intervening with us to offer really a safe mode of transport. And it's safety not only around the proper vehicle, no, it's safety as well when you go on a taxi ride-hailing car, that you've got safety around, especially now in this pandemic time. You need to ensure that these safety measures are actually taken in place. And the last one, which is probably linked to the previous two, is parking, no? And this is something that actually worries every single city in Europe. I'm not sure how many of you have actually seen scooters in your cities, but I can give you an example which is actually very relevant, no? Which in the Nordics, which is part of my region. Oslo and Copenhagen, which are cities which are very well advanced in micromobility and sustainability, we saw that basically scooters invaded the ecosystem of the city, no? And there's a very symbolic case in Oslo where there's actually there is one scooter for every 27 people in Oslo, and that's actually very high, no? And the city suddenly realized that they had actually a big problem, no? The regulation was not evolving as fast as micromobility companies were, or mobility companies in general, and they needed to find a solution towards one simple issue, which is parking, no? And this, as you probably well know, because I'm sure there's quite a lot of students on public affairs here, regulations can actually come slower than the industry evolves, and this is where we actually need to interact with responsibility here, no? And what are we actually doing here, and how cities are evolving towards offering effective solutions to parking, cluttering, and eventually a sustainable mode of transport. Well, basically, we need to act as a responsible operator and solve parking, no? And this we do it through charging stations, we do it through virtual parking. The technology is there. What we need is actual solutions to ensure that as the public policy or the regulations evolve, we are actually helping the cities to make sure that the solution we implement in the city is actually effective, no? So most of the mature markets in Europe right now are actually understanding that scooters, mopeds, shared mobility is growing fast and is here to stay. And it's very important that companies have the responsibility, and that's the way that we've taken it right now, that we can actually work with them to offer solutions to mobility which interact in these three main parts, no? And this is something that we're bringing to every single country, to every single city, so that one, we're not cluttering the cities with thousands of vehicles, which more than solving a problem actually create a bigger one. And helping cities actually to understand micromobility and mobility in general, no? You'll see that cities, or you might have seen in Europe, and actually it's even growing now in Africa, that they don't understand how this actual mobility option really helps to offer a solution to people who either want to go to a cinema or either want to go to work, and they actually already use this, no? But they need actually a regulated scenario where they can actually control this, no? And this is where we're actually working with many cities right now to help them understand that these new modes of transport are actually here to stay. They do offer a solution, but it is up to the companies to work along with cities. And one final part, which I think is very important, and this is where probably Southern Europe has been more evolved than the North, is companies need to have the responsibility in participating within the ecosystem of the city, no? So we have the responsibility in participating in the city infrastructure through charging stations, through different solutions, no? But also in participating economically here. And I can give you examples like Stockholm, Oslo, Gothenburg, Copenhagen in the Nordics, no? Where cities actually understand that companies who operate micromobility, for example, or different modes of mobility, need to participate in the day-to-day economics, no? And companies can actually invest in the city, no? And here is where we've actually positioned ourselves pretty well. And we do actually think that Bolt as a company should actually help the cities to build the necessary infrastructure for micromobility. And we're actually helping them very, very effectively in the Nordics. We're bringing it now to the southwest of Europe. And we're actively working with regulators to make sure that they understand properly these new modes of transport, which are evolving very, very fast, accept it, and at the same time solve the different problems, no? That evolve in the city. Now, micromobility is something which, as we were basically mentioning on technology, it needs to be accessible for everyone, okay? I'm sure probably everyone in this room right now owns a smartphone, but we need to bring these micromobility solutions to all the segments of the population. And here is where technology plays a key part here, not only on the regulatory side, but also on the hardware side, no? And what we're actually trying to do right now, working along with cities, is mobility or micromobility should not be an alternative to walking or public transport, no? And this is where we're actually working with the cities to integrate also public transport into our mobility ecosystem. And for those parts of the population or those segments which can actually initially would not be able to afford this service, that they can actually use it as well. And this is what actually cities really, really like, no? And this is actually a good solution for cities, not only on the sustainability, safety and parking side, but also on making sure that mobility is part of everyone within the cities. And it can actually grow with the regulation, no? So many challenges. On the regulatory side, I'm pretty sure JET will follow similar challenges. I would be thrilled to have these integrated as well into the Bolt app as an extra mean of transport. But we see that Europe in general is taking different approaches toward this. Actually, as a final example, on the three segments, sustainability, safety, and parking, one of my favorite countries actually right now is Germany, because they've taken a very pragmatic approach, no? And Germany, if you want to be a micromobility company that operates in the country, you need to be certified that, one, you're sustainable, two, that you're safe, and three, that you've got the proper hardware, basically. No? So the German authorities, which I think have taken a very good approach here, they actually make mobility companies be certified in every single service that they offer. No? And here is where we will actually grow pretty fast, and here is where I think one of these mature markets which has done a very, very good job. This will probably extend to the rest of Europe, and it's something actually to welcome, because it ensures that the local population will have the proper means of transport that are actually safe, and then companies can make it affordable, no? And I think it's something that we need to work with, and it's a very, very exciting topic that we tackle on a daily basis, and something that we really need to make cities, or help cities, sorry, in building regulations that can actually grow at the same time as the different mobility solutions that we're having right now throughout the whole of Europe.
Thank you, Paul. So Dr. Luigi, public policy is your forte. So I'm very sure Zelero's Hyperloop is going through some challenges in terms of interoperability as well as the unseen speeds on land. So can you talk a little bit about the challenges you're facing?
Yes, indeed. As you know very well, regulation is very important. Regulation is important not only to ensure safety, but also to create a predictable market, and therefore to have the capacity to attract investments both on the public and the private sides. But I have to say that here in Europe, right now we are on the front when it comes to Hyperloop. The European Commission has taken a very strong position in order to support Hyperloop, and we are very happy about it. And we see that we are progressing on the right direction. So just to give you a few examples, just 3 weeks ago, less than 3 weeks ago, we had a meeting with the European Commission, and we we can say that they are very strongly committed. They are doing many efforts to create a strong enabling environment in Europe so that Hyperloop developers can progress quicker, and then so that we can accelerate the development and then the deployment of technology. Also, the European Commission has created, for instance, a working group with all the Hyperloop developers. We meet regularly, and there has been work on the regulation side, and I can tell you that this year there are going to be some very interesting news and developments on this side as well. And this is very important because regulation will be crucial to ensure safety and to create a predictable market. But also we are advancing also in terms of standardization. So actually last year it was created the very first standardization technical committee in the world for Hyperloop here in Europe under CEN-CENELEC. And here again, Europe is on the front and it's not certainly lagging behind. I also have to say that very positive developments are taking place also in the United States in terms of standardization and also towards the future regulation in the previous administration and also in the current one. So overall, I have to say that very positive developments on these sides, and here we need to collaborate and join forces with all the different actors in order to accelerate development and deployment.
Thank you, Luigi. Till, so you mentioned about certifications before when you spoke. Also, you're planning to operate both in the US market and as well as Europe. So I'm pretty sure there would be a lot of challenges on your side as well. So it would be great if you can give your insights.
Well, we are not operating yet, because all the certification is not yet done. But yes, it's correct. I mean, definitely, first of all, it's a new means of transportation. It's fully electric. It will be very close to the cities where you can take off and land compared to normal commercial airplanes somewhere outside of the city in an airport. So obviously, it's the new technology we will use. Since it's fully electric. Since second, it's from an architecture point of view, it's totally different compared to commercial planes or even helicopters. So there are from this point of view, first of all, there are a lot of obstacles we still have to manage so that we get the certification. On the other side, it's interesting to observe how regulators are very interested in this arena to get this new technology up and running. Therefore, there is a great support also from authorities' point of view. Secondly, since we are not the only one in this space, there are worldwide around almost 200 competitors working on similar technologies. I just mentioned before, some of them is, for example, Joby, Joby, who purchased Uber Lyft or Uber Air, the air taxi initiative from Uber, or eHang, for example, in China. So it makes it easier for us. It's not that the road is too rocky, but it makes it easier for all of us in this space to discuss and evaluate with authorities how to make it safe, how to also navigate then later on by take off and landing, because you have to imagine all of a sudden you will have like dozens of jets or helicopters, electrified helicopters flying around. Therefore, you need some rules and regulations which do not exist now at the moment. Therefore, it's also a long way to go for the regulators, how to regulate the market, the air traffic, how to control the air traffic. And then here again, and some of the other speakers already mentioned about data. Data will be the key so that we can even better anticipate routes, we can better anticipate the customer behavior. And this also plays into this topic about regulators, authorities. On the other side, if we look into Germany, we signed now contracts with Munich Airport, with Nuremberg Airport. It's about 200 kilometers north from Munich. We signed a contract with Düsseldorf Airport and Cologne Airport, so that we start to build those eVTOL hubs in that area. Why there? Because if you look into Cologne, Düsseldorf, who knows a little bit Germany and geographics and how the population is situated in Germany, it's one of the densest region in Germany, where you have about almost 20 million people living in that area, in that region, connecting, for example, Cologne to Essen, Dortmund, Düsseldorf, which also needs regulations and how, as I already mentioned, how you do the air traffic control, and obviously another day to bring the customer safely from A to B.
Thank you, Till. So we are running a little bit short on time, so let's take a few questions from the audience if they have, and then conclude the panel. So anyone has any questions for the speakers? No questions? All right, thank you so much, Paul, Luigi, and Till, for your valuable insights on the future of mobility. It's a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give a huge round of applause for the speakers today. Thank you very much. And since Natalia couldn't join us here, unfortunately, she was kind enough to send a quick bite. So maybe Lynn can help us play the bite. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Hi, IE community. It's my pleasure to be here today with you. And thanks a lot to TechIE for this opportunity to send a message about how to lead the change in the tourism and mobility sector. Unfortunately, I am not here today in Madrid because I had to travel to the amazing Dominican Republic to work with the ministers of the region in order to open mobility and international borders. Today, we have a crucial and a very strong challenge. International mobility and tourism will come back again thanks to technology. Of course, I remember 1 year ago when we launched the first UNWTO Healing Solutions Challenge to bring top entrepreneurs working to solve the problems to open the tourism sector. Believe it or not, since 1 year ago, we had the solution of developing digital passes. And now you will laugh as I am laughing today, because here is how the power of technology runs and is running and running and running in a very speedy way versus the traditional way we use to lead or to organize things. After 1 year, the solution was in front of our hands. Nonetheless, the bureaucracy, the lack of coordination, and of course the challenges of joining cultures and of joining all the economic sectors just helped us to create those digital health passes 1 year after. This is typically a class of IE. When you study business at IE, always the teachers are talking to you about the importance of the time to market. I have to say today that that's the challenge. We are under a tipping point where the time to market through technology is crucial. We need those startups, scale-ups, those big data driven decisions in order to mitigate the over-tourism, or just to analyze the capacity of the tourism attractions during COVID-19 time. We need the power of entrepreneurs and technological ventures in order to create digital passes in places where technology is not part of their daily basis. I'm talking about the most vulnerable countries, about the rural areas, etc. Today, mobility for the first time, thanks to the pandemic, was closed. All the borders were closed by 100%. This was part of a very historic moment, because never in the history of tourism this happened. So today, of course, opening is a super challenge, because we need to understand and to let our leaders understand that part of the solution is via technology, using blockchain, using new technologies that can help us to assure that the PCR test that I am doing from one country to the other, it's okay and that it's not fake. That the power of big data analytics can help me to create a more intelligent marketing strategy to promote a country. To understand that thanks to technology, I can promote rural destinations that, of course, don't have the power to pay for hundreds or millions in marketing or in traditional ways of communication. So today, I have to say that technology is here to stay. Technology and tourism and mobility have been always friends and colleagues, because of course they have been complementary to create a better user experience, a better touristic experience. But today, more than ever, digital transformation is not only here to stay, it's mandatory to use it. Tourism is the most human economic sector, so of course the complement of a smile, of the human touch, is technology. So when you are talking about digital payments, about digital check-ins, when you are talking about improving the tourism experience, if you see everything that you are doing in a trip, is about using technology to improve everything. With the use of the mobiles, you can promote a destination, you can be an ambassador of a destination, but of course, if things go wrong, you can, of course, complain in real time about your experiences. So that's why I know that this partnership that tourism has with technology, with digital transformation, is always for good, because it's the only way to empower youth. I don't know if you know, but I would like to finalize with this. Tourism is the top employer of youth. Youth has, in the tourism sector, the most amazing sector to grow and to create an amazing professional path. Nonetheless, 50% of people that are working in tourism only have secondary skills. If we use the power of digitalization, and if we empower digital education, we can help those young, talented minds to become the future leaders, because they will have access massively to great education. So today, we launched with IE University the UNWTO Tourism Online Academy, powered by IE, an online platform that can help people to gain professional skills in all the specialities of the tourism sector. On the other hand, 50% of youth that work in tourism told us in a survey that their desire is to become an entrepreneur. So imagine, we have an amazing opportunity. It's the place, tourism is a place of youth to work. Youth are interested on developing entrepreneurial skills to become entrepreneurs, and technology is here to stay. So this is the perfect time to empower all of you, all of the students of IE that are here listening to me and listening to all the amazing panelists, in order to think about joining the tourism sector as part of the solution and as part of developing a better way to create a more resilient, innovative, sustainable economic sector. Don't forget that tourism is the most human economic sector and that humanities and technology has to be together if we want a better way of living and understanding. Thank you.
And that was Natalia Bayona. She was to join us today to moderate the panel on the future of mobility, but she could not, she had to leave, so this was her message to us. We'll now break for 10 minutes, and then we come back for the final segment of TechIE 2021, the IBM Challenge. So we have a 10 minutes break. For those who haven't collected their breakfast hampers, please feel free, and we'll see you in 10 minutes then. that we should have some competitions as part of TechIE with an idea of promoting student engagement and technology adoption. So we introduced 3 competitions this year. We had the TechIE 2021 debate competition, we had Quiznetic, which was a quiz competition, and the IBM Cloud Challenge. As part of the IBM Cloud Challenge, students had the opportunity to learn a new technology, in this case, the IBM Watson. And they had come up with solutions to 3 challenges that were posed to them. They could work either on health and mental health, sustainability and climate change, or tourism and hospitality. So over the last 4 days, teams have worked on these and they presented their solutions. 5 of the top teams have been selected to present today, and we'll see their presentations, and the IBM jury is here to judge them. So before we start with the presentations, I would like to thank IBM for partnering with us and with TechIE and providing our students the chance to work with their technology. Going first is going to be team Dr. Watson.
Hello? You can use that one. No, it works. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us today. We're really happy to have made it to the final stage of the IBM Challenge. So my team, Cherie, Federico, Imran, and Ali, and myself, Sami, are all part of the Masters of Business Analytics and Big Data at IE. So when we first joined the IBM Watson Challenge and found out about the 3 topics, sustainability and climate change, health and mental health, and tourism and hospitality, we decided to go with health and a focus on mental health, considering how important the topic is nowadays, especially with the pandemic, and how it impacted almost everyone, even us at some point during the lockdowns. So for today's presentation, I'll be taking you through the problem statement, then Federico will be taking you through the solution, with Cherie showing you a prototype of our bot, then Imran taking you to the benefits, and Ali taking you through the vision and mission, the future of Dr. Watson, and some competitor analysis in the market. So starting with the problem statement. So before the outbreak, the European Commission have published a report stating that 30 million Europeans have reported feeling lonely, and around 75 million others reported feeling socially isolated. These numbers have only increased after the outbreak. So there was another survey that was published after the outbreak, it was published during the lockdowns, which was done through the phone interviews. So it was based on a sample population of 50,000 Europeans, and it resulted in like 60% people reporting feeling depressed, and another 35% reported feeling sleep problems and anxiety issues. And now I'll hand it over to Federico to take you through our solution.
So we wanted to make a bot, an AI chatbot, that was going to always be available for the user whenever necessary. And what Dr. Watson does is to categorize based off user input their mental state of well-being. So through that, we're able to take recommendations and provide them to the users, trying to provide them the best resources and recommendations there are. We don't need to pretend that we're psychologists. We've not studied that. We don't know a lot about mental health, but we know that online there's thousands and millions of those resources. So what we want to do is to create a bridge between the user and these resources and facilitate their ability to acquire this knowledge and get a better state of mental well-being. So for now, it's just a beta. We're just trying this. We've just started the MBD, so we haven't had much time. But we had other ideas in the future, such as based off user locations for peer support systems, or even adding nutrition and physical health tools. So now I'll pass you on to Sri.
So hi guys, so I'm going to do the demo of the prototype that we developed.
So this is our bot Watson. So Watson says hello. So I'm responding hi. So I'm happy to talk to you. How are you feeling today? So I'm saying I'm supposed to be a category of user saying I'm anxious. And Watson tells me that I understand that you're feeling stressed. Did you know that music is effective for relaxation and stress management? I can quiet your mind and relax your muscles, making you feel soothed while releasing the stress of the day. So it gives me with music option for me to listen to and feel relaxed. So let's skip after advertisement, and you can see it is giving me an option for me to feel relaxed. So with that, so after listening to the music, I'm supposedly relaxed, and I'm saying, thank you, Watson. And I'm feeling great today. So Watson says, like, I'm glad I could help. Feel free to contact me whenever you need it. So that is a type of the interactive bot that we created. There are two more subcategories of the user. So suppose I'm sad or stressed, I can ask Watson that I'm feeling sad, and it recognizes that my mood is stressed, and it tells me that I know you're feeling stressed, and I can relax your mind and your muscles, and it gives me with music. So if I say I am like angry, it senses that my mood is angry, and it gives me an option to watch the video for the awareness that you can present with.
Or cross-legged on a cushion.
And then we have another category of user. For say I'm saying that I'm lonely, and it senses that I'm depressed, and it is asking me to like contact a support group, which is a trusted support helpline. So this is the basic prototype that we developed, and I am thanking Watson to be grateful, and it helps, and it tells me that bye. I'm glad I could help, and feel free to contact me whenever you need it. This is the basic prototype. Thank you. And over to Imran.
So, as you may have understood now, with Dr. Watson, we aim to help solve loneliness problems, anger issues, anxiety, and so on, in order to contribute to improve mental health of people. Basically, when we provide answers when we interact with Dr. Watson, he analyzes all our answers, and it provides personalized and customized recommendations and resources. And they're specified, like they are tailored to you specifically. So that's the real value of this. And it will also, it's really a powerful tool to help mitigate a lot of life issues that are associated with mental issues, mental problems. And ultimately it will help improve and enhance productivity. For example, during these challenging times of lockdown and pandemic isolation and restrictions, it's a really powerful tool to help with positive thinking and stress relief, for example, and ultimately help improve quality of life. I'm passing to Ali, that will speak about mission and vision.
All right, so our vision is for Dr. Watson to become the go-to mental health companion. Our current mission is to provide people all over the world with a companion that could be sought for a selection of personalized remedies that promote mental health comfort when needed. Of course, we plan on adding many features in order to continuously enhance the effectiveness and efficiency rate of Dr. Watson. Okay, some of these features are firstly a recommendation engine, which would be very helpful in giving much more accurate, personalized content to the users based on their needs on demand. Secondly, a planning and scheduling feature which would help for activities that require consistency, such as exercising and meditation. So it would help the user plan out his activities throughout the week. And thirdly, we plan on integrating Dr. Watson to smartwatches in order to enable monitoring heartbeat rates of users, and that would also help us increase the accuracy of the solutions that Dr. Watson would provide to the users. And lastly, a feature that would help match the user with a therapist that would be perfect for him in terms of expertise based on his needs and requirements. Up next is a competitors analysis. As you can see, we have 4 of our main features as benchmarks against 5 competitors. These competitors are 7Cup, MyField, Clarigant Health, MindDoc, and Wobot. Firstly, our biggest strength, which is the AI bot powered by the Watson technology. We have an advantage in terms of this feature against almost all of our competitors. Wobot has a AI bot as well, however it's locally built. But if you compare Watson tech to a locally built bot, you know who has the advantage. Secondly, we have, in terms of the personalized natural remedies feature, we own the market. And that means when a user contacts Dr. Watson provides him with a tailored selection of resources that the user can use. Nobody else has this feature. Thirdly, real-time solutions, meaning when a user contacts Dr. Watson replies right away with the solution tailored exactly for him. No need to wait. We own the market in that feature as well, in comparison to our listed competitors. However, MindDoc has kind of a similar feature, meaning they have a page full of the resources. However, the user would have to manually look for the resources that he needs, instead of having the resource automatically sent to him based on his needs. Lastly, the therapy service or feature. As you can see, it is common between all the competitors, because obviously therapy is a feature that is offered by all the services of mental health. And just to make one thing clear, Dr. Watson is not a therapist. He does not give you therapy lessons. However, he acts as a bridge or an intermediary between therapists, the perfect therapist, as I mentioned earlier, between the therapist and the user. And that is all. Thank you. Thank you for the judges for being here today, and thank you guys for watching. We are open for any questions.
Yeah. Well, guys, great work. I mean, I believe the congratulations for what you have been doing for the past 2-3 days. It's impressive. I see that you are from a bit technical background, doing your master that just started, and I think this is awesome work. Clearly, the problem statement is so big, and we are all feeling it ourselves. I mean, it's something that is affecting us hugely, right? And what I believe is that, as you saw, there are several use cases within IBM Watson that are tackling this challenge, and actually some startups in the US are quite big already. I'm gonna send you after some code patterns about those apps, because I know some of them. I posted one in the channel as well. But for me, one of the big challenges here is that, of course, it's a problem that we all recognize. But as you said, you don't have psychologists or a therapist in the team. How would you update, automate all the new things that therapists are advising on a regular basis? Because we are not recommending a movie or a trip to attend next. We are recommending about our health, right? And the fact that you put it already, Dr. Watson, I mean, that's for me one of the things that you have to take care very nicely, because you cannot give bad recommendations in this kind of field. Okay, so how would you update this in a manner that it's always, you know, the best recommendation possible?
So basically, we plan on having data used in order to reach the most efficient and accurate ways to relieve someone's emotional or mental instability. This is why instead of us having a psychology degree, we would rather refer to data, huge sets of data, in order to maximize our accuracy.
Yeah, like for example, also how would you select who are the best therapists to ingest that data, those recommendations for actual patients, people that need it?
I think that there's like a lot of professional resources out there, and they're actually like quite well known, whether it's like cognitive behavioral therapy. So the thing is that a lot of people, they're just not aware about it. So it's about like bringing them that awareness and those resources to them. So if they're not always open to go and look for it, we can, through our Dr. Watson, actually just show it to them. And of course, we're not professionals in psychology or anything, but that's why like our goal is to bring you to those professionals.
And then also, we know that some therapists have specialties and they're known for a special way of field of expertise. So we will integrate this data also so that we can match the needs of the user with the best option there is, and maybe use also reviews of people and so on.
That's wonderful, because actually what I see this bringing so much value is when you really personalize to each patient in the long run a series of advices, suggestions, etc. If you just limit it to a specific moment and it's so standardized, it's very hard. But it's completely normal. You just did it in 2 days. A prototype is wonderful, and I really like your mission and vision. I will pass it to Leo.
Thank you. Guys, really relevant problem statement. I think it's a big thing to tackle, and you know, for the time that you had to work on this, it's clear representation of how you can identify certain behaviors in people and try to address them. Kind of tied to what Inigo was saying, I do think that the sources of that information is going to be very important. Why? Because you talk about personalizing it. So how are you going to make sure that you know the person that you're interacting with? How is a chatbot going to know that they're in a specific country where that recommendation may or may not be relevant, right? For maybe here saying that, you know, listening to some tranquil music might help, potentially somebody in a different country with a different culture might not see it the same way. So have you thought about how you're going to be actually personalizing or tailoring that response to the individual? Would they have to sign in through social media? Would they, you know, what kind of data sources would you be taking from the person that's interacting? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, basically like this is just a prototype. In real case, we can have the user to register to use the application, and then we will get the data set of them. Depending on their age, their gender and everything, we can use algorithms such as clustering and regression to identify which type of user they are, and we can recommend relevant therapy to them. So we can do the data analysis on that.
Just add that we're gonna, like a lot of applications, when you create a profile, you'll have a lot of questions that you'll answer, so that you be categorized in different segments. And with that, after that, just by interacting, we will add data, and then it will be more and more accurate. But we didn't think about linking it with social media, which is also can be a great idea too.
And you know, I'm just gonna, in terms of the business value that this could have, I think there's also some interesting points, right? Because there you were linking to a specific YouTube video rather than something else. You know, that could be a way of actually turning this into a business model. Yeah. So getting, you know, promoted content, making sure those sources are relevant, they're trusted, but you know, you can actually turn that into something interesting. And just a thought for the future, have you thought about this being a standalone solution or something that could be integrated into potentially, you know, an institution or you know, other websites, stuff like that?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, you can always add onto this, like for everything nearly. You could add it for like nutrition, physical well-being, like fitness, exercise. So I think the options are quite limitless in regards to like health and well-being. There's so many things out there about that. So it's really about integrating it and adding on to it over time.
And also, like as mentioned, like we're like more technical background, not like the psychologists or doctors. So what we're doing here is more like a companion as well. Like what we're trying to do, maybe like as you said, like have it with an institution where like at some point, if the bot is feeling like that the person like need actual help or assistant, like it triggers this where like it connects him with a doctor or it connects him with someone like to actually get the proper help.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to team Dr. Watson. We next have Bud IE that will be presenting. I believe the team members are online, so Bartos, if you could just say hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, perfect.
Because like, for example, I cannot see your screen that you are watching right now, so I don't know what will be displayed. So if there is any problem, just let me know, but I will try to do my best.
Okay.
So well, I can start, right?
Yes, please share your screen and then you can continue.
Can you see my screen right now? Yes. Right? Yep. Okay, so it's a great pleasure to be with us. Actually, I'm the first year student of Bachelor in Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence, so I'm only one person team, individual one. But nevertheless, I tackled maybe not so important and sensitive problem as medicine, but actually very important, especially during the COVID-19 and what the economy of the COVID-19 post-pandemic will look like. Buddy AI is a virtual assistant, so-called chatbot for a travel industry. And let me first briefly discuss the problems that we are tackling right now in the tourism sector. Because of the COVID, actually, there is a lot of companies. When I'm saying companies, I'm referring to restaurants, hotels, anyone, any entrepreneur in the tourism sector. So companies go bankrupt. We see many of them have problems with new clients based on the regulation that we have right now with the COVID. And after this period, what we will see is the huge competition for every additional client. And in order to gain the competitive advantage, these companies have to implement new ways of attracting them. And I greatly believe that one of these ways is technologies. But also the problem, even before COVID, was that the companies in the tourism sector treated every client equally in general. What does mean is that we didn't have personalized service. So they didn't pay attention to our preferences, whether, for example, the only preference that we stated, for example, in the hotel, whether we can have a room with the window view or without this window view. That was the only preference, for example, right? But I'm talking about more specific ones. So knowing what diet, for example, we have, what time during the day we will check in so that we don't stay in the line because we have the event in 20 minutes. And those kind of personalizations are available right now due to technology, right? But the tourism sector didn't implement them. And because also of this problem, there was no anticipation or predictability in this sector in terms of the companies, what they offer. So basically, you are probably accustomed, especially in Spain, that in museums we have a huge waiting line. We have people who are unsatisfied with the services because they have to wait, or because, for example, in the restaurant there are not enough waitresses because they didn't anticipate the spike in the clients during this kind of week or in this kind of month, right? So my solution is just to go back to the client side and ask clients in advance, in a very technological but also very cool for them way, what they are preferences, what they want to visit, when they want to visit, so that we gather information. And that information is the clue of the project, because once we use chatbots to ask questions, to have conversation that limits the human conversation. We can gather the data. And based on this data, we have two more options. So as you can see, first tourists chat with the chatbot using whether it's a WhatsApp, whether it's a Messenger or the standalone app. Then we convert it into natural language processing phase when we understand the input. And there are two more phases in this project. So once we have the information, the first phase one is the tourist side. So we not only chat with this person, but we also then recommend what is worth seeing in that particular city, place, country, whatever it is, based on the previous conversation, based on the information we gathered. And the second phase is for companies. So once we have a lot of data, once we aggregate them and make them anonymous, we can send this data, of course, when the user gave us permission to do it. We send this data to companies as an aggregate with the whole specific of visualization so that they can prepare actually to spikes in, for example, the number of clients, of tourists during the particular month or week, and what are the preferences of these tourists are, so that they can adjust their service. So basically, if we see that we will have a spike in the number of clients from Asia with the preferences for Asian diet, then we can actually get back to the companies who serve this kind of diet in Madrid, let's say, and tell them that we anticipate the spike and you can prepare more, for example, staff that will be working in this particular week. In terms of the market is huge, and the market has a problem also because there was a stagnation in terms of what the tourist sector can offer. So basic travel, whether it's leisure or business one, it's all the same. And now we have to take a step forward. That's why we want to implement chatbot, implement the AI and especially NLP and natural language processing to that, so that when we chat with the chatbot, we actually don't know whether it's a machine, whether it's a human. That's the strength of this project. And as you can see also in the graph, in the presentation, the Europe is a king right now in terms of these travelers around Europe, because we have a huge frequency of flights, but we also anticipate that especially Americans and people from Asia who will travel, for example, to Europe, are not accustomed to what we can offer them. And what is also important, they don't know, they also visit, this is the Pareto rule, right? So 80% of tourists visit 20% of the most popular places. And what it can lead us to the situation actually where the rest will go bankrupt, right? So there are very beautiful places in Madrid, Barcelona, or wherever it is. But people don't, for example, from Asia and America, they don't know about them because they're not accustomed to our culture. They're not prepared to visit these places. So we want, using this chatbot, also recommend them not so popular places, but maybe based on their preferences, they will be more accustomed to this actual type of tourist, whether it's from Europe or from the United States or Asia, for example. And we target the three actually segments of the market. First is students who frequently use technology, trust this technology, and are willing to just open WhatsApp as a normal friend or Messenger, a chat with the Buddy AI or whatever the name is of this chatbot. And then there is the families who pay attention also to the prices, and we recommend also the services in the particular city based on the pricing. So whether it's a mid-range family with the, not so high possibilities to spend money on. And the third segmentation is unconventional tourism. And I mean, those are the tourists who do not actually visit the most popular places in the city. They look for something different. They look for and want to experiment. They look for something that will be unvisited and unique actually in the city. And using our tool, we can recommend this. We can state this actual recommendation give them a hint when they can, what they can actually visit in the particular city. In terms of the competition, most of the competition in our market is targeting actually the pure logistics or bureaucracy of creating your plan for the travel, and it's most frequently is concentrated on the business travelers. By bureaucracy and organization logistics, I mean you can just chat with the traveler, for example, on the website, and instantly you can book your tickets, you can book your hotel. But we want to focus more on the experience, more on the places you can visit. In terms of the partners, of course, there are two more main segments. One is tourism, because we can cooperate with Booking, TripAdvisor, Airbnb, whatever it is, the company who actually is in the tourism sector. And also we have technological partners because we can implement our chatbot into the most popular social platforms. In terms of the preview of our tool, I think everything's clear on your display. So I just changed the sharing now, and I will just try to chat with the chatbot. As you can see, I can click or I can write. The NLP will recognize both of the inputs. So I can type, for example, museum that I want to visit, and I can click maybe the history museum because that's what's interesting me. And I have recommendation based on, so what's the address? The prototype is working on the Madrid right now. So it can recommend the place in Madrid. I concentrate on the museums, nightclubs, and restaurants. And as you can see, it recommends the Museo de Historia de Madrid with the address, with the access. Access is free, but if the price is, then we can also pay the price and the short description of what is with the additional picture. And I can type also continue to go forward, and I can maybe ask for let's say restaurant. So it just asks me whether I'm hungry, and I can maybe click right now, right? Mediterranean, and I have a recommendation of one of the restaurants in Madrid with the mid-range price and the address. So that's for now. Thank you very much.
Bartosz, thank you so much for that presentation. Very, very cool idea. I think it sounds like it's a mix between, a booking kind of website, but at the same time a recommendation engine. So that's kind of what my first question is. What's the scope, right? Is this an application where I would then be able to book a ticket or, get my table at that restaurant? Or is it only kind of a search optimization engine which just recommends me where I should go, and then from there, I do what I please? So, yeah, this is a very good question. Actually, I don't want to just, say a dream we can do with this application. We're realistic and pragmatic, and I know what will happen on the market if that application go into the market. And the most important, the most effective way of implementing that is the cooperation with those like Booking or TripAdvisor, and use them as a cooperation rather than the competition. And the most user-friendly way of doing that will be to implement our chatbot purely as a technological solution to the Messenger, WhatsApp, Signal, WeChat, whatever it is, where it's just one of many of few of your actual colleagues on the WhatsApp list, and you can just click it and you can chat with them, not as a standalone application. Because when you look at the trends right now, there is a limited number of applications that users use. It's like the most important one for you, most popular one. And the rate and the conversion of downloading additional apps is very low. That's why we focus on implementing into the social platform. And
cooperate in terms of the data and optimization, as you said, for example, with the, let's say, booking, where we can get the data from. We can have these ratings, for example, from them, so that the part of implementing the data from our side will be not so huge and not so time consuming, and we can automate that process. And when there will be advanced version of that, I think the full automation with the services, maybe as an API. So our tool will be only so if you are familiar with the chatbot market right now, what is important is not the chatbot itself, but the AI template, so that we can recognize actually the input from the user using NLP. And based on for every industry, there is different input. That's why we focus on the travel. And afterwards, we can create, for example, API where every main partner, let's say Airbnb, TripAdvisor, Booking, can connect to us and use our chatbot as a tool.
All right. Thank you, Bartosz.
Well, before asking any question, Bartosz, I have to say that I'm impressed that a student from first year undergraduate alone is presenting something so accurate and great. And actually, your Watson assistant looks very pretty, and with all the pictures and everything, how it's integrated, I think it's truly impressive. Taking into account he's a first year student from a bachelor here at IE. It's a shame we couldn't have you here in person, but of course these are just the circumstances. My question is, Bartosz, what would you think would be your main revenue model with this approach that you are taking? Because I really like that you are differentiating between, your providers, let's say the businesses that you are giving this service to, and also the end users that are gonna experience this solution to arrange anything on their trip. So what would you say is the way you will make money if this was executed?
Yes, of course. Very good question. Also a very important question for the chatbot industry as a whole, because the revenue model is very different for different companies. And I already discussed with the chatbot specialists and NLP specialists what the market position right now, what will be the best for the future, for the immediate future, in terms of the business model. And the conclusion is that what I want to do is I want to create or advance a template. So the template, as I referred before, is the way of translating the input from the user to the understandable for the machine language. Now, for every industry, there are different questions, different feedback that the user can actually give, right? And I don't want to base my chatbot on clicking the buttons. I just want to be as a normal conversation. It takes months to train it, or even years. And for every industry, there are different inputs. And once you have trained it, no companies right now do it alone. They just, for example, use the services, outside services. I can mention them afterwards, after the conference. They use the external services that and buy actually the service of implementing NLP tools. And what I want to create is I want to create a template for particularly for the tourism industry, where I have all the possible inputs from the user. So, okay, cool, I want to go this place or this place. For example, when you go to a company that's mainly cooperating with the banking sector, they will have other trained models. And I want to have this one model, very general, and sell it as a connection, for example, to API via API to tourism websites that have all the data and all the search engine for the tourism sector. So what they can do is they can connect. They pay, of course. They can connect to me, and they only send the data they want to implement. And what I do in this step is I process all the conversation in terms of understanding what the user is saying and automating that. So I create an NLP template for a tourism sector, and they only connect with me to send the data. That's the revenue model. So the API access.
Lovely. Well, let's get to it, no? Perfect. Well, I look forward to see you soon in person as well, Bartosz. Thank you so much for your pitch.
2 months and I will be there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bartosz, for Badai and amazing clarity of thought. Well done. We next move on to the third team. We'll have Scan with us. Scan is going to present over here.
Hello? Hello? Wait, is it working? Yeah, it's okay. Hi, good morning. We're Team Scan, and today we'll be presenting our solution to target children and teenagers' malnutrition problems in China. And the presentation will be consisted of 4 parts: problems, solution roadmap, benefits, and our team. Now, before we will talk about the serious matter, let's talk about something exciting. Actually, right now, it's around lunchtime. Anyone want to talk about food? Actually, we do. Because when we search Chinese food, these are what comes up on Google Images. Actually, just a quick question. Has anyone tried any of these? For example, Peking duck or hot pot? Yes. And we hope you guys like it because those are some of our favorites as well. These are delicious, but there's one but. There's one big problem underlying all of these, and that is the nutrition problem. According to a research done by Tsinghua University and the Chinese Science Institution, children from 0 to 6 years old has a malnutrition rate of 55.9%. And that includes both overnutrition and undernutrition. And when we talk about from 7 to 18, it spikes up to 63.1%. If we put it into figures term, out of the 1.4 billion Chinese population, 271 million are children. And of those, around 60%, which is 167 million, have nutrition problems. This is scary. So what are some of the causes? Well, one of the causes is the lack of readily available nutrition measurement utensils. Right now, for us to know exactly the nutrition levels we need a scale. We weigh the food ingredients, and we also download a nutrition table online for each ingredient. We do all the math ourselves and do it for ingredient by ingredient, do meal by meal, week by week, month by month, year by year. The process is long, it takes time, and takes a lot of effort. Other causes include dietary structure, grandparents' parenting, baked cooking measurements, and irregular dietary routines. So, what are some of the impacts? For the obese children, they have a higher chance of facing cardiovascular diseases, type 2 diabetes, hard time breathing, etc. And for the strong child, they have lower height for age, and also frequent illnesses, and many more. Now, my colleague Ichi will introduce us to our solution roadmap.
Thank you, Hongdi. So after recognizing the significance of the malnutrition problem in China and its associated negative impact, we'd like to introduce our solution, which we believe can bring more positive effects here. So this is our minimum viable product version 1.0 and 2.0. So as for our MVP 1.0, basically we will work on the Watson Assistant. With this virtual assistant as our initial attraction tool, a few quick questions will be asked to our clients. And then later on, we can get more insights based on their answers and interests. Now let's move on to the MVP 2.0, which is still a way to be developed. The object recognition will be introduced into our service. In order to be more specifically, our parents can use their mobile phones or tablet cameras to scan the food before cooking and get the whole nutrition details easily. More visually, prototypes will be displayed later. So now, let's take some details about our MVP 1.0. However, the chatbot demo will be represented at the end of the presentation. So let's move on. And here is our basic interfaces for MVP 1.0. As you can see here, our customers can create profiles for themselves or for their whole family members easily and customize the home screen, whatever they need. And our Watson chatbot located on the right top will provide with daily messages to remind our customers the importance of having a balanced diet habit. So next, if you enter in some basic information, for example, here is our 6-year-old boy, little Johnny. His parents will get the recommended daily nutrition details based on his condition and then as a reference. So, as for our MVP 2.0, the algorithms behind will identify the food ingredients after the user has scanned into the application scan. And the user can review all the nutrition facts on the screen automatically. And our user can even select the portion of the food. So for example, you can see here, if you only select a quarter of the orange, only 15 calories will be displayed rather than 60 for a whole orange. And that will be awesome. Finally, here is another example of our MVP 2.0. So the user has selected the food ingredients here, a pork belly, and they can use their knife to slide up and down, and finally reach the best position to meet their daily nutrition requirements, and then cut it off. Okay. So furthermore, we also consider several next moves, including the AI recommendation using Watson machine learning to calculate the nutrients and returns the best tailored recipe suggestions for all the profiles of our customers. And also the in-app community, which will bring more social features into our service. We also considered about cooperating with some third-party social applications like TikTok or WeChat as well. And last but not least, we'd like to put our service into a more sustainable perspective. So the video lessons from the nutrition experts for the parents and also some nutrition-inspired educative games for children will also be applied here to put more educational benefits into our society. And more benefits that SCAN can bring will be introduced by our colleague Xiaoying.
Okay, thank you, Yiqi. So right now, I would like to share what kind of benefits our project SCAN could bring to us. First of all, SCAN is very beneficial for our parents because for them, they could easily use this app to manage different profiles for their family members so that they could track and see their family members' nutrition and also health situation, and as well as corresponding recommendations for them. Besides, it also fosters a stronger bond for parents and children because right now, as we know, a lot of parents, they have less and less time due to work and also less and less opportunities to spend with their children. So SCAN will create this kind of opportunities for them to either cook together or to discuss nutrition knowledge. And in all, what we want to do here is to provide a fun experience for the whole family while they are cooking. Secondly, it is also beneficial for the kids. Actually, we were analyzing the market to see what our competitors are doing, and we found that most of our competitors right now focus on adults' health and also weight losses. But however, just like we mentioned before, 60% of children are suffering from malnutrition problem. But we could say that right now, very few or even no app is tackling this kind of problem. So we are here to, this is what we stand for, and we are here to tackle this problem. So our app will be specifically designed for children. And here I would like to share two features that we would like to implement. The first feature is voice packs, and we would like to integrate it with Watson Assistant. So here's an example. Imagine that, I don't know how many of you guys have children, but imagine that right now you have a child, a girl, and her idol is Superman. And right now the Superman tells you that today you need to eat more vegetables. Well, I don't know how you respond to that, but if it's me, I think I will eat a bunch of broccoli, carrots, or whatever vegetable it is. So we want to create a kind of human-to-human interaction within our app. And the second feature, we would also integrate animation. This means that we want to put, for instance, smile faces on healthy ingredients, and on the contracts, we will put a sad face or an angry face on the unhealthy ingredients. Right. So we want to make it more cute or adorable when we are using it. So with all those features combined, we believe that Scan will be the first step for our children to get exposed to nutrition knowledge and also help them to develop a very healthy lifestyle and also eating habit. And this is very vital to both their mental and also physical health. Last but not least, Scan will do a lot of benefits to the society as well. First of all, we all know that a healthy next generation is the core to a country's future development. But right now, malnutrition is causing a lot of serious problems. So if we tackle this successfully, it will also lower the mortality rate. And finally, right now, a lot of governments, they are spending tremendous amount of money on different kinds of programs to tackle this problem. But we believe that with Scan's efforts, together with the help from society, government, or academics, in the near future, we will no longer see any kind of this program, but our children will no longer suffer from any overnutrition or undernutrition problem. So Scan is here to nourish our next generation. This is all about our introduction about our project Scan, and here is a brief introduction about our team. So our team consists of 4 core members. We come from various backgrounds, including economics, business, and also tech. So we are Hongdi, Yiqi, Barbara, and me. Unfortunately, one of our members, she's currently right now in China. She could not physically be here, but she also supported us along the way. And we also have some advisors, such as expert nutrients, and also a teacher who has got a lot of connections with schools and parents in China, and also a person who works in the tech industry. So this is about our team. And final, we will take a look at the demo of our chatbot, and our colleague will explain it.
Thank you, Xiaoying. And here's our chatbot demo, where we developed the Scan virtual assistant using IBM Watson. So to begin, we will greet the customers, for example, the parents. And since we're tackling children malnutrition problems, we will begin by asking how many children they have. And in this case, parents can either type in complete sentences, or they can type in abbreviations, for example, the numbers, or yes, or no, also recognizes it. So, but for the time being, we'll use the shorter ones. So for example, over here, the parents type 2. And then virtual assistant will remind them to put one child's information at a time, so we can do complete analysis for every single one of the child. And we'll begin by asking the gender of the child. And in this case, we'll begin with a girl. And our virtual assistant will ask about the age of the little princess. And say, if she's 7, we'll display the energy intake for 7-year-old girls. We also program this to show display for boys and girls of all ages, because the energy intake changes dramatically from year to year. And we will ask the first question, does your child eat vegetables on a daily basis? And in this case, she does, and that's great. Then we'll ask about proteins. And over here, if she doesn't eat enough proteins, we will remind them the importance of proteins for children's development. And then we'll ask about fruits. And over here, if she says yes, we'll say, that's great. We'll tell them some of the benefits of eating fruits, and we'll remind them the importance of a mixed and healthy diet for children. And then we'll recommend them to use Scan for further development and a journey for a better future. Then we'll ask the question, do you have more children or child that you want to consult with a Scan virtual assistant? Because the parent asked for 2. If we answer yes, we'll loop back to the gender question. We'll go through the loop again to do a complete analysis for the child. But here, for the time being, we'll just say no, and we'll end our virtual assistant tour. For our last sentence, we thank them for using SCAN and for their interest, and we will remind them that SCAN is here to combat malnutrition problems for children and teenagers. That's it for our presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
Well, big congratulations, Team SCAN. I mean, it's a great problem identification statement that it's actually addressing two of the tracks that we presented, because it's pretty much on health and on sustainability. I think it impacts them hugely in both senses. As far as I know, Team SCAN is going all in, and it's a project that is going to develop, and I think it has really a huge potential. Of course, the assistant would be one of the components of the whole overview that you have presented. I particularly love how you are tackling children in the sense of delivering a very special experience for them with the voice packages, with everything you mentioned. I think is great to delight them. And I would like to ask, if you had everything ready, it was all complete, how would you promote it? Who would be your target? Would you go to parents, or would you go to children? How would you get your first clients to join SCAN?
Well, thank you for your kind word. In terms of marketing, when we get everything done, our end users will be children, and our target audiences will be parents, actually, because parents will be the ones with smartphones, will be scanning and doing most of the cooking, because some of the cooking using knives could be dangerous. And also, children don't have money, so they couldn't use it. But what we can do is, like what we said, we can use Watson Assistant, integrated with voice packs, animations, and many more features to get children interested. So children will have kind of the initiative to use it. They can go to their parents and say, hey, I want to use that. This is really cool. And maybe we can spark their interest to learn something about nutrition and eat healthily instead of we force them to eat whatever they have to eat. So we'll be first targeting parents and with children. So that's our first step into marketing. And we'll gradually expand to the other audiences as well.
No, I really like that it's like a family thing. I mean, that you are focusing on children, but it's something that involves the whole family. And I like your slogan of having a happy family. It's a great purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, totally aligned with Inigo. I mean, I think this is a very interesting problem statement. And if even a fraction of a % of people are impacted by this, you're helping thousands and thousands of people. So I think that's really powerful in its own right. I think it's interesting the approach that you've taken in terms of who your user is, because the interaction we've seen in the bot is from the parent's perspective, let's say initially, but you might have a kid eventually interact with the actual application. Have you ever considered, it seems like you have an idea in terms of the marketing and how you want to reach that, but have you ever thought about maybe how this could provide value to a school potentially, and implementing this so that this kind of, schematic of understanding what kind of nutrition is appropriate for each age level and so on and so forth could be applied to, more general reach, and you can actually, by implementing it in one place, be touching hundreds of people at once. It's a kind of a different scope, I can understand. But have you ever thought about potentially implementing it to a point where it's not necessarily helping one person at a time, but it could be helping more just by implementing it in one place?
Yes, we actually have, because one of our business approaches, we have 3 revenues. Oh, sorry. Yes, we have 3 approaches. One is the freemium version, where we do by subscription. You can use the free light version, or you can subscribe to use the whole integrated version. And the other one is licensing. We can license to schools such as IE, or training programs to train for maybe nutritionists or child nutritionists or doctors. And our third approach is basically doing advertisement and also collaboration with third parties, but that we're still thinking. So yes, of course, we are trying to, ideally we could target everyone, but that will be very difficult since we're just starting. So with limited budget and limited resources, we think we will start with children and gradually we will grow our impact. And hopefully, again, as we said, we can combat the malnutrition problems.
I have one sentence to add. Just like the school idea, I think is very adaptable for us, because actually her mother is a teacher in the schools in China. So I think it will bring us closer to the school community, and that would also help us to get the first bunch of clients or make a greater impact. And I think if one school likes it, of course, there will be other schools in that city, and then it will expand to all over China or even broader, all over the world. So we hope to make this kind of impact. Yeah, exactly.
And also, as we have my mother as one of our advisors, external team members, because she's currently working in the education industry, so it's very easy to contact with all types of the children, and I think that will bring even more value into our service, actually. Yeah.
Thank you, and I think that's really interesting. Just a follow-up question to that is, you mentioned that you have external advisors for providing this kind of information. What are these sources eventually? If this were to turn into something mass scale, how would you make sure that, because an AI chatbot is as good as the data you feed it, so, and as reliable as the data you feed it. So, what plans do you have to maybe structure that so that the information is updated, the information is, it's certified or relevant, so that when you present it to potentially, an institution, they can say, look, this is backed by something where the data is coming from a place where it's validated, it's legitimate, it's proven. Have you thought about the sources of data?
Yeah, because currently we are just starting, so basically we can only use existing data. But later on, if we are big enough, maybe we can build our own databases. But as you know, it's very costly. So for now, maybe not.
All right.
Yes, and perhaps we could also collaborate with health bureaus in different countries, so we can get the specific recommendations for each country. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Team Scan for ensuring or trying to ensure a healthy future. The fourth team to go is Ulysses or Sherlock's, and they'll be presenting online. So Team Sherlock, are you there?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Go on. You have 10 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, along with Alejandro Canovas, Mateo Russo, and myself, current student of the MIM program at IE, we'd like to personally thank the team as well as the jury for such challenge. So in light of today's presentation, we are going to guide you through the journey that led us to develop our solution to address problem raised through the IBM Cloud Challenge. We're first going to state the identified problem, as well as explain our solution, its benefit, and introduce several ideas that we had in mind that we consider implementing in the long run, and finally give you a quick demo of our chatbot. So needless to remind anyone of the havoc caused by the pandemic, as it's already been introduced by the previous teams, how it has caused certain sectors to redefine the landscape and pushing many actors to actually rethink their business model. Hence, we have been asked to find ways of leveraging the Watson Assistant on the IBM Cloud to support our ways of engaging, connect, and interact with individuals during these unprecedented events. Thus, we have decided to build our idea around one of the most affected sectors, hospitality and tourism, as we have identified a crucial need to deliver a joyful experience while bearing in mind all of the required safety measures to safely travel again. When analyzing the selected sector, we have identified that we are often spending many hours trying to figure out what is the perfect destination, as we browse through many different web pages and quickly get overwhelmed by the unlimited options available to us. For this purpose, we have decided to further investigate this pain point and asked several personas for thoughts and feedbacks on this matter. Amongst our pool of individuals, we have selected the two highlighted people that are presented on the slides, which are both familiar with online and offline booking experience. And as you can see, time, scam, and price concerns were points flagged by our guests. Why do we believe this industry is an interest to us? Well, simply because e-tourism is a burgeoning business that involves all online related activities linked to the tourism economy. This also includes online bookings. And according to Statista, online booking share growth has exceeded the offline one and is set to reach an astonishing number of $650 billion by 2025. Additionally, before pandemic, 82% of travel bookings were already made online, and the world leader in online bookings, called Booking Holding, has generated just by itself $15 billion in 2019. All of these good indicators of the market share, as well as the profit behind this industries, makes us want to encapsulate all of the growth behind it and integrate this market. So our solution, let me introduce to you our idea. Ulysses is a Watson-based chatbot. It's created with the idea of helping e-tourism further grow, as well as improve your customers' experience. We hope that in the short term, conflated with the catalyzing effect the pandemic has had on e-commerce exponential growth, this would substitute all of the offline travel agency experience whilst optimizing e-holiday bookings. This would be done thanks to a quick and funny interactive quiz, and that would help us towards finding suggestions tailored to your taste, with the aim of obviously reducing searching time and avoid any possible disappointments. Let's look at it from another angle. Basically, Ulysses looks at accompanying you for your holiday booking journey, no matter how hellish it can be, and will make sure that no Greek gods shall ruin your odyssey.
Thank you, Oscar. Now we would like to highlight the benefits of Ulysses for both the users and the business point of view as well. With the users will have a quick and convenient way to find new destinations and book the accommodation that best fits their needs through a simple conversation with a chatbot, like Oscar said. This service will be completely free for them. Moreover, we know that organizing a trip can be an exciting part of the experience, but also it can be stressful and time-consuming. The good thing is that Ulysses will reduce this frustrating part, so we think that it will attract new customers that just want to focus on dreaming about their next vacation. Finally, we are in a critical period for the tourism sectors because, as we all know, the pandemic has disrupted the industry and people are scared, confused, and when thinking of traveling abroad. To solve this issue, our chatbot will answer to all the questions regarding the COVID-19 situation and local restrictions as well, making the users feel safer. So in conclusion, Ulysses will improve the online customer experience. From the business side, in addition to the customer experience, Ulysses will create a new revenue stream similar to SEO. During the last stage of the conversation, our chatbot will suggest an accommodation that fits the user's requests. And the advertised partners will be prioritized here, of course. This revenue stream will be an additional stream and will not substitute or interfere with the SEO in the manual searching. Moreover, as we said before, the new customers will be attracted and they will find convenient to start and continue booking on the same platform. This will also increase the number of transactions in the platform and therefore the revenues coming from the commissions. In addition, Ulysses will increase the loyalty of the users because their data will be used to suggest more accurate destinations and accommodations. For instance, if a traveler has already been to London, the system will not suggest London in future conversations. And finally, the chatbot will collect a big amount of data that can be used to predict new trends as well to understand customers' behaviors too. The cost for businesses of implementing this service will be quite low since we thought this would be a pay-as-you-grow model, and that's what we adopted. In terms of next steps, for the next steps, we think it's critical to improve the dialogue. Why? Because right now this is a chat or with several options, but it's not a free conversation like we would like to make it in the future. In terms of languages, right now it's made in English, which is the most international language as we all know, but in order to target newer markets, we would like to also develop it in other languages. Moreover, to make it more of a complete service, we want to add new services and also activities to, for instance, book flights, museums, restaurants, and any kind of holiday activities. And also, as we mentioned before, we can use this data from the users to give more importance to each of the personalized suggestions and tailor a better experience for each one of our customers. Finally, our aim is to turn our chatbot into a more complete version and a voice bot, and with a voice bot, and be more of a similar version of a person, you know, to instead of a robot having an experience as if it was an actual person. This would also help with handicapped people and make it more user friendly as well. Now I'm gonna go back with Oscar. He'll show you our demo.
So we're just going to give you a quick demo of how the chatbot works. It's a funny and interactive quiz that we mentioned earlier. It's quite nice. It says hello, it presents itself, and it's here to assist us. So do I want to discover new places, or do I already have a clear idea? So those are the two first options that arrive on that chat. Obviously, we're here to try and start to discover new places. So I'm going to select the first option. As I click on this option, it will generate several other steps following this. What kind of experience am I looking for? There's a drop-down menu. I click on this and I look at the different options. I'm excited about the city option. Click on this. What happens next? It's starting to get to know me better. What do I have in mind? Well, since I've just had engaged in a relationship, I've got a girlfriend, I want to go on a romantic vacation with my sweetheart, as it says on the chatbot. So we'll click the first option. Finally, how long do I want to stay? This is our first escapade, so I think just a weekend escapade should be sufficient enough for me and my girlfriend. As this goes on, it asks for a characteristic that are indispensable for me. I'm actually a food nerd, so I'm going to go for the food attribute and see what will happen then. As we go on, it has found 3 ideal locations. I'm not going to lie, I'm a huge fan of Gladiator, the film, and I saw the Coliseum in it, so I think I'm going to be more inclined to choose the first option, which is Rome, despite having Paris and Venice offered to me, which are very romantic as well, but I do like the Coliseum as well. Perfect. My first step for my trip has been completed. What type of accommodation am I looking for, and when am I planning to go? So I think the first weekend of June should be an ideal time, as it's going to be perfect weather and hopefully not rain. So I'm just going to type in when I'm going to go. Following this, what's my maximum budget? I do want to impress my girlfriend. I'm going to go for 250 euros per night. What type of accommodation am I looking for? Several good options. However, I do want a relaxing weekend. I think the hotel's the best option in my opinion. What level of quality am I looking for? Well, 250 euros a night. I think high quality should be a reasonable standard. And where do I want my hotel to be located? I do like popular areas, so as close as possible to the areas of interest. Eureka. They found the solution for me. If I click on the link that's been prompted in the chat, This will open a new page where I can have access to the hotel suggested, and directly book my stay at the date selected. However, if I do want to get more information as well on the restrictions, I can click on that option, and this will give me a link on which I can click on and allow me to have access to all the necessary information in terms of what type of test requires to go to Rome, antigen, PCR, how many hours in advance, so to avoid any kind of hustle when boarding on the plane. Well, thank you very much for listening to our presentation. I hope you liked our idea.
Thanks a lot, guys, for the presentation and the demo. I think it's pretty interesting. There's a few things that caught my eye in the introduction. So you did mention that you want this to substitute offline, the whole offline part of this. So are you competing directly with all the travel agencies that are offline, or could this be a complement? So potentially integrating it to their website, having it, promote and give you recommendations based on the travel packages that they have, or is this a standalone thing where you don't necessarily integrate it or customize it to a specific travel agency or anything like that? Are you competing or are you complementing?
I think we're more looking at the completing idea. When we say substitutes, it's the actual go-in-store experience and having to have a sales agent. So that way we'd actually remove that additional cost that certain travel agencies will have, because this was actually replace the middleman when trying to find you a suitable location for your holiday or wherever you're looking for. It's not competition per se.
Okay.
Moreover, if I can add something, I think there is already a transition to an online booking experience, as we show in the figures at the beginning. So this chatbot will only improve the experience of the users and, as we said, generate a new revenue stream. But it is according to the shift to the online booking experience that is already happening.
And thank you. Just one more question as well. You mentioned the pay-as-you-grow model. How would that be implemented? How would that be, commercialized? If you could just explain it in a little bit more detail, please.
Okay. As we show in the prototype, right now the options are really easy. So we think that a lower price can be applied at the beginning, and then if the business will see a positive effect on the transactions or the revenues, as we think, more additional features can be added, as for instance, use more the user data or translating into other languages. And as these features are added, a higher price can be charged. So according to the features that the customer requests, a higher price will be charged.
Okay, thank you. And just one more thing, and I know it might seem repetitive that I'm always mentioning the sources of data, but at one point you're mentioning about providing information about COVID. That could be sensitive in the sense that you would eventually become responsible for providing the right information. Since you're removing that middleman, you're removing a human element, your chatbot is now the source of information for the person that you're interacting with. If, that could be sensitive information in terms of telling somebody the wrong information of whether or not they need a PCR or if they can travel to Italy the next weekend, because that could be updated in the next, 24 hours, as we've seen this changes every day. Have you considered the sensitivity around sharing and being, the source of information for traveling and COVID?
Sure, we've considered it. There's obviously that problem that we could be held responsible if we give the wrong information. But what we did was just propose a link, which is the government link. I don't know if you could see very well, but it was the gov.co.uk. Which gives out the information to, let's say, go to England or go to Spain or go to France. If, however, the information is wrong on that website, then I think that would be quite problematic for any other, let's say, channel on which the person would look for the information if they want to travel abroad. Hopefully, this would be the best information would be allowed to give access to that to the customers. But we just offer the link. We don't say you need to have a PCR test or an antigen test. They have to go through the website, select the country of destination, which have been suggested to them initially, and they would find the necessary information.
Understood. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much.
Well, Team Ulises, congratulations. I mean, I believe it was a wonderful pitch. And the assistant, you know, when we think of the next generation assistants, I personally think of conversations that are so engaging, like the one you have built up in only a couple days. Like when I talked to your team and we were talking about, you know, trying to recreate those human conversations and so on, I think you just did it in just 2 days. So imagine with more training, how nice it could be to actually, you know, book an experience for you and your friends or girlfriend in this case. So I believe it was a great presentation. I agree with you that probably in this sector that has so much competition, it's better to find a room for collaboration between different entities where you can just, you know, team up with them and provide value with your service. I was wondering, what would you say if you had the MVP more developed and ready for production, for go-to-market? What would you say is the biggest risk regarding your solution, or the biggest threat? What do you think about that?
Well, definitely. You want to go, Mateo?
Yeah, I can take this one. I think the biggest risk is to disrupt the current business model of the platform, of the booking platform. So taking, for instance, booking.com as an example, if people start to book only through the conversation to Ulises, the usual journey that the customer do on booking will completely change. But we don't see this as a problem, because they will only move all the transactions and the model to another way, but they continue to generate revenues.
And also, adding to that, I believe like the more data that we extract from each customer, the more we'll be able to know each one of them. And that personalized experience and those features that we talked about to improve the chatbot in the future, I think it will be crucial to get to know each one of the individual users in order to make it a better experience and more accurate, for sure.
All right. Okay. And also to understand a little more, you said that you would charge the user for this service and charge more in terms of whatever features they decide to have, or who do you think is your client? Who is gonna be paying for the Ulises service? The providers, your partners, let's say Booking, etc. Or me making a trip, I have to pay a commission. Have you thought about that?
Yes, we did, of course, and we said that the service will be completely free for users, because we think that it will not have sense to charge directly the users, because right now they have already free options. So that our client will be Booking or any other platform that will improve their customer experience and generate revenues and collect new data. So we think that they will be eager to pay for this service.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Team Sherlock. We have a final team now, Team Smiley.
So hi everybody, hope you guys are well. We are the team Incredibles, and my name is Sumant. Joining me is Eleanor, and we have Javier, who's online. And we're going to talk to you about our chatbot, Smiley. And our chatbot is on a mission, and that mission is to fight loneliness in the world. So as we know, loneliness is a global phenomenon. It's affecting millions and millions of people, right? And we believe that we can help fight that cause by assisting an organization that's already fighting for that good cause, and that is One Letter, One Smile. And Eleanor will talk to you more about what that organization is. And we believe that Smiley can help improve the user experience on that platform, as well as help the team optimize their resource and their time.
So, just a little bit of background story about One Letter, One Smile. Back in March 2020, 1st of March, all of the care home doors closed because they wanted to protect the residents. And on March 13, the staff from the care home started sharing that not only the virus was obviously killing some of the elderlies, but the isolation and lack of human contact was also doing so. And so with my cousins and my siblings, we started this initiative called One Letter, One Smile. That's a website allowing anyone to write letters to those elderly people. So it started in France. And then in May, we spread it to all of the French-speaking countries in Europe, so namely Luxembourg, Switzerland, and Belgium. And in June 2020, we were able to translate the platform into English and spread to Canada, the States, Australia, and the US. Sorry, I don't know why my voice is shaking. I think because I can't breathe. Okay, so fast forward to today, April 2021. The initiative is available in 5 languages, so we added Spanish, German, and Dutch to the existing languages. And just a few metrics on what the initiative is where the initiative is at today. We've sent 850,000 letters. 30,000 care home residents receive letters every month. 1,000 new letters are written on the platform every single week, and those letters come from 146 different countries. So we're very happy about all the smiles that we've created and all of the thousands of beautiful relationships that started between elderlies and young people thanks to those letters, but we obviously have challenges. And the main challenge is that we have tight resources and that we spend most of the financial resources on HR. And so we need the time of those individuals to be maximized because we have a lot of work to do. And so we've highlighted 4 key pain points in our operation. Some of them are pain for the team and others are pain for the users. So the 2 main pain points for the team is that they spend way too much time answering questions. So users ask a lot of questions like, how is my letter going to be sent? Who's going to receive it? How can I do it? Etc. And we want to make sure they all get a response because for us, human interaction is so important. But the team is spending a lot of time doing this. The second pain point for the team is the lack of transparency in the process. Most of the question relies on like, how are you guys actually doing what you're doing? And these questions could be very easily answered with a bot. Then the pain points for the users, the first one is small technical issues, like they can't upload a picture or they have something happening while they're typing the letter on the website. Those issues are very minor and could be solved by a website as well, a chatbot as well. And then the lack of inspiration when writing a letter. Writing a letter to a complete stranger can be a very tough task, and so a lot of them actually stop writing the letter because they don't know what to say. So I'm gonna take you a deep bit more into each one of those issues and see how we can solve it with a chatbot. So the first issue was too much time spent answering questions. So first, let's look at the team. The team is made of the 10 cousins that founded the initiative, 13 full-time interns, and 60 volunteers. But really, it's the 13 full-time interns that are running the operation, and this is how they're divided. 5 of them are in the communication team, and those are the ones answering all of those questions on social media, email, etc. And those are the ones that we're trying to help. So chatbot will allow the One Letter, One Smile team really to allocate its time into more important operations, like partnership, getting funding, or spreading the initiative even more. The second issue was the unresolved technical issues. So there are 3 main ones. The first one is when users are trying to upload a picture, so add a picture to the letter. A lot of them have issues because they're putting the wrong format. So this is a very silly error, and it could be solved with a chatbot. The chatbot could simply tell them, hey, this is the right format. Second issue is when sending the letter, some of them have issues. And again, it's a super minor issue that we can solve with a bot. And then lastly, it's choosing a care home. For example, when you write in French, if you try to choose a care home in the States, obviously it's going to be an error because they don't speak French over there. So again, this could be solved with a chatbot. Okay, third issue, which is the lack of inspiration when writing a letter. So this is the whole process. I'm going to take you through it very quickly. First of all, users hear about the initiative and they want to help random elderly and brighten their day. Then they go to the platform, start writing the letter. The third step is actually writing the content of the letter. Then they click on send and choose the care home, and then the letter is sent. But what we've realized is that 25% of the users actually stop at this stage because they don't know what to write. And usually, a simple confidence boost would be enough for them to continue and actually finish their letter. So a chatbot, if it provides inspiration, could solve this issue. Then the lack of transparency in the process. This is the process of the letter. The users read the letter on the website. Then we proofread them, format them, send them by email to the care homes. The care homes download them, print them, and give them to the elderly. So this process is very simple, but it's hard for people to understand because it's all digital and everything. So I'd say 75% of the questions they're sending every single day is about this process. As you see, we could very simply explain all of that to them, and the chatbot would do it perfectly. So now introducing Smiley, Sumant will continue with the presentation.
So we introduced Smiley on the website in December, and it ran as a prototype for about a month, and we're trying to get our frequent users their input as to what they think it is and how they like it, is it user-friendly. And the competition was a good excuse for us to go back to it and start working on other features that we could introduce to optimize it even more. And I think we have a video just to give you a brief overview of what it looks like when we put it into production on the website.
So for example, a user is writing a letter on the website and they don't have any inspiration. Well, they can go to the chat and ask for some to Smiley, and Smiley will provide them with some examples of letters or some topics. So the users will be inspired and able to continue his letter. We have the code.
So just to address the 4 pain points that we earlier talked about, what we're trying to do is, first of all, increase the user experience. And that happens by addressing technical issues. It goes into giving them inspiration on what to write, and so on from there. It also helps us improve engagement for the organization, because you can ask if you want to volunteer in your capacity as a student, in a teacher, or maybe you want to give any monetary help to the organization. And lastly, but also the most important fact, is helping the team optimize their time and their resource by automating a lot of the queries that they would usually have to deal with. So just to give you a few examples of like the features in the chatbot, letter writing. If the consumer, like the user, is looking for inspiration on what they can do, for example, what images that they could add to their letter, in our research we found that elderlies like cats a lot. So if they can introduce pictures of their pets in their letters, that helps improve, the flow of the conversation, and for the elderly as well, makes it more interesting for them. Volunteering. Do you want to volunteer from a monetary point of view? Do you want to spend your time with the team as a student, as a teacher, as we earlier discussed? Also, process inquiries. If there's any questions as to where the letter is going, why can't I send it to a specific care home? Maybe because your letter is in English and the care home is based in France, and hence that's the reason why your letter cannot go through. And lastly is technical issues. Again, for the team to optimize their time and their resource, automate questions that the user could generally face, such as why can't I add this picture, maybe because the formatting is wrong, and so on from there. And another thing that we want to leverage is Watson discovery. So for example, imagine a user comes to you who expresses a sentiment of they feel alone. In a moment where somebody's reaching out to you for help, the worst thing you can do is redirect them with an answer such as, sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. And to basically ensure that this never happens and we can extend whatever help we can, we want to leverage Watson discovery, and through the web crawling feature, select specific resources, emails, advisors, and give their links to them so that they can be redirected to the resource that they need at that time. And the fact that it's not a random Google search that it does, we can pinpoint the resources, which helps us validate them. So we can pinpoint it to exactly who they should be referring to. So in that effect, we're not creating more harm, we're creating more good. And if we enable localization features, we can localize the help groups in that specific area that the user is from. And another functionality that we want to introduce and explore further is the natural language processing of discovery. As of now, majority of the time that the team spends is proofreading. And we're talking about weeks and months. It's an insane amount of time. So if there's an ability for us to have the user upload their letter on the chatbot through natural language processing, text classification, and so on and so forth, we can help proofread the messages. So for the user, they'll know whether the letter is actually going to go through or not, whether it's validated, it's appropriate to send. And for the team, again, it helps us save a lot of time in processing and proofreading all these letters.
So Suman has explained to you all the benefits for the users. Now let's look at the team. So you remembered how we had five interns in the communication team. Well, with this new bot and all the time that we're saving and not answering all of this question because Smiley is doing it for us, we'll be able to expand the strategy team with 2 more interns and have another intern for the developer team. And this is really important for our team because at the end of the day, the core of the project is making sure we can spread as many smiles out there, and for that we need the strategy team. And obviously our platform is a website and needs maintenance and all of that, so the developer team is also very important. So we thank you for your time. We're very happy to present our solution Smiley to you. We hope you liked it, and we open the floor to questions.
Thanks a lot, guys. Congratulations on the initiative on its own, and I think that finding a use case where chatbots like this, 2 main use cases are cost optimization and improving customer engagement. Sounds like you're trying to do both, and landing it on a very concrete example. So good for that. Just a quick question, because it seems like the whole automating the answering questions and so on, that's pretty, let's say, straightforward in terms of a use case, right? But it was interesting how you found that 25% of people, if I don't remember correctly, don't actually write the thing because they're stuck and they need inspiration. Have you thought about making that so that there's some kind of a trigger or an event mechanism so that if somebody's waiting for X seconds, then it'll pop up that option and help you do it? Because I'm putting myself in the user's place. If I'm stuck there, I don't know if the first thing I would do is click on the chatbot to give me an inspiration, right? So I think it's important to really think about how that information comes up, so that it actually turns into an engagement with the user. If not, it just becomes an additional step to something which may, make it more complicated than actually easier. In any case, I think it was a really, really interesting initiative, and yeah, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. So congratulations on that. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I think I can answer that. We have this, so we deployed the chatbot on the website. It's on every single page, and we have this thing is that after a few seconds, if you're not moving, it will show, like, do you need help or you need more info, whatever. And so this pop-up maybe is not the best way so far, but that's what we got. If the user is stuck on the page, is not moving, that's when the pop-up will come.
Okay, thanks.
Well, guys, congratulations. Really, it's an amazing initiative and an amazing family business that you have got to, Eleanor, and all the recognition to the team. I really like seeing this implemented, I guess, in production since December, you said, and also already integrating and leveraging all other AI services like IBM Watson Discovery that I think it's very interesting to include here. I think it's very, very powerful. I would like to ask, did you do this, did you learn how to work with Watson Assistant with Manu Rodriguez or with here at TechIE, or how did you get to know this service? And I guess then when you saw the challenge, you said, okay, let's get to it and improve it even more, but just out of curiosity, but I really loved your project, yeah.
So just to answer your question, initially we were introduced to IBM in our first semester. It was a very brief introduction on what you can build. And since Eleanor's family has been working in this charity, we thought that we could leverage the Smiley into optimizing the functionality of the website and for the user experience. And then as we were talking about, like when the competition came in, it gave us the perfect excuse to go back, look into it again, and we discovered Watson Discovery, for that matter. And then we were like, we've been building on other stuff where we're trying to implement NLP and like create a better experience for the user. So that's what we want to try and leverage further. And proofreading and queries which go beyond the functionality of the website, which you don't want to ignore, is something that we want to integrate into the chatbot, and that's what we're trying to do.
No, wonderful. I think this is really a great example to the rest that have been working for a couple of days and look how much they have shown. But when you keep training and training and integrating other services, you can really provide a wonderful experience in your actual business. So, I mean, wonderful, or non-profit in this case. Congratulations.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you to all the teams who presented today. While the jury deliberates, I would like to invite Lee Newman, the new dean of the business school, to share a few words with us.
Thanks very much. Can everybody hear me okay? Just doing a little sound check.
Yes, we do.
Great. Well, thanks everyone for being here, and thanks to all of the different hosts for including me in the conference. And it's great to be here. Thanks to our corporate team for being here and being with our students. I'd like to just share two thoughts with you based on some experiences and opinions, obviously thoughts related to technology. And with each of those two thoughts, I'll offer a suggestion for your consideration. The first suggestion, it's something that I think probably most of us all know. It's not a novel, giant idea. But the thing is that, good psychology tells us that knowing something useful, knowing about something useful, doesn't actually mean we do it, right? It doesn't mean we put useful things in use, and it always reminds me of the wisdom of our grandparents, right? I mean, think of your grandma, your grandpa, they tell you these important things about life, like people and relationships are the most important, cultivate them in your life. And many of us unfortunately don't figure that out until too late in life or quite late in life. So take my suggestion in that kind of vein. That's something that might seem obvious, but it's not something that even though we know it, we always put it into use. So with that, let me start with the first thought. I'll start by taking us back about 30 or so years ago. So I'm dating myself. It was 1989, and I was working in a lab in the engineering department of my university. And I was doing my bachelor's thesis, actually. And to put you kind of in the context here, and again, to date myself, this was the era of the first actually like PCs. So, I had a PC with floppy disks running IBM DOS, or you had at that time one of those little tan Macintoshes, the first Macs that came out. And I was doing my bachelor's thesis on a relatively new topic then that you may have heard of. It's neural networks.
And I was doing it for speech recognition, just to recognize little parts of speech, in a lab with lots of wires. And this is a long time ago. And what I want to kind of share about this story is that at that time, people were talking about how AI was going to be huge, how AI was going to change the world, and that we would, maybe soon be surrounded by intelligent machines doing incredible things for us. And so, that story at that time about the AI revolution, that was 1989. It went on into the 90s and still no revolution. Went on into the early 2000s, still no real revolution. And I would say, and one could argue with me, but roughly speaking, 30 plus years later from the story I'm telling you, we're starting to now really see AI that is truly, I think, surprising. That AI that makes us kind of shake our heads and say, wait a minute, did a machine actually write that? Or, did a machine make that video? Is it fake or is it real? So I think it's clear that AI is really kicking in. I mean, the amount of venture capital going into AI now is just mind-boggling. And so, that's true. Okay. I mean, I think most of you would probably agree with that, but even still now, I mean, to get back to kind of speech recognition, are we really there yet? I mean, if I take my iPhone and I ask Siri or Alexa or whoever it is something, I mean, let's be honest, they're not that great, right? I mean, yes, Siri or Alexa speaks well. I can understand everything that my Siri says to me. But when it comes to Siri understanding what I'm saying, sometimes Siri gets it right. Sometimes Siri doesn't get it right. And a lot of times I get frustrated and turn my phone over and forget that I ever asked the question in the first place. So my evolving point here is that bets on AI in the early 90s, in the 80s and the early 90s until recently, most of them didn't really pay off, did they? I mean, there was lots of promise and then progress every year. I mean, it wasn't like nothing was happening. I mean, all the time there's progress and you see new cool technologies, applications coming out, but the big things happening, that people were predicting since that time period of 30 years are really only now happening. So the point I'm making is about timing. It's tricky. So let me share one other example. So I quit my job. I was a management consultant for a while. So this is now in the 90s. And I quit my management consulting job, a job you work so hard to get. And I quit it in the 90s to do an internet startup. And most of you probably know that was the beginning of what we call the internet age, so to speak. It was also 8 years later, the internet bubble that burst, interestingly enough. So this startup that I was in with a friend of mine from university, I mean, we got a couple $1 million in angel funding. And the companies we started built a website. And, hold on to your seat here. This website allowed you to type a profile into a network, a social network, and search for other people and read their profiles. You can put your school and your job in there, right? Now, I mean, obviously, I'm joking because that's what we did. This is what we're used to doing. But back then, actually, it was actually pretty new. This idea. It was the mid '90s, and we went online in the mid '90s with what you would today call Facebook and LinkedIn. I mean, we were doing both the social media side and the professional networking, the super low tech 1990s version, written in Perl, et cetera, et cetera. And fasten your seatbelt again. We got 65,000 subscribers to this social network that we had, which is today is a joke, right? But it was big back then. And so we sold this company in 1997 to an executive search firm, and it was not a home run. I don't drive a fancy car now and fly around in a private jet. It was a very small win and enough to start another company. But my lesson is this, that, 5 years after we started and sold our social media network, Reid Hoffman launched LinkedIn. And 7 years after we launched our social media site, Zuckerberg started Facebook. So basically, I was 5 to 7 years, we were 5 to 7 years too early. And in some sense, our failure, if you want to call it that, was not really in the concept or the product or the UI or the lack of funding. We were quite well funded. We were just too early, right? That's the bottom line. We were just too early. And whether we would have become Facebook, who knows? Maybe it would have been someone else, but we were just too early. So what's my point? My point is that separating hype from reality isn't easy. In fact, it's hard. It's really hard. Predicting the timing of when a new tech that you're interested in is really going to hit when it's really the right time to do it, is tough to do. So the message is kind of in tech, you got to be early. You want to try and do new stuff, but not too early, right? And maybe if you have a good idea today that's big and novel, maybe wait 5 to 7 years if you want to get your home run. I'm joking there, but I mean, the point is the timing is really tough. So my suggestion is this, you have to kind of be bright-eyed, wide open eyes, be super excited about the future of what you're doing. You see it coming, you want to be part of some, revolution in tech in a particular type of technology, and you want to do it, and you want to do it right now, right? And you want to start that company, and this is what you want to do. And you got to keep that energy, hold on to that passion, that energy, because it's critical, right? I mean, to sell your vision, to get funding, you have to show you believe in it, right? And to show you believe in it, really to be convincing, you do have to believe in it, right? Otherwise, people can kind of sense that you don't. But here's the key. I mean, somehow at the same time that you're bright-eyed and optimistic, you got to kind of maintain a very strong sense of skepticism, realism, and doubt. I mean, maybe even I would argue paranoia. Is this right? Is this the right product? Is it the right time? Is the market ready for this? Is this what customers really want? And it's really not easy to, on the one hand, be thinking, this is great. I mean, I'm so excited. I want to do this. I want to do this. And then at the same time, on the other side of your brain, to doubt it. I think that's really tricky, finding this balance between sort of wild optimism and extreme skepticism. But if you can do that, I think you have a much better chance of getting the timing right with technology, because you're combining the realism with the kind of the excitement and the passion. So that's thought one and suggestion one. Let me share one other. So tech is big, right? There's lots of different types of tech, as you well know. I mean, there's tech in industrial fabrication, industrial context. I'm personally quite excited about synthetic biology, which is AI and ML applied to many different things. One example is AI running millions of tiny test tube micro experiments with yeast, for example, to basically engineer the perfect yeast to optimize some beer production, for example. I mean, that's super cool. That's synthetic biology. But I think a lot of the tech that we're talking about in the presentations, I got to see most, not all, but most of your presentations today, I think a lot of the tech that we're actually talking about is a different kind of tech. It's tech that sits in our lives, right? I mean, it's tech in our phones. It's tech, probably in our glasses pretty soon, tech in our computers. I've got tech on my wrist, in my TV, in our kitchens, in our cars, and probably soon, chips in our bodies or, in our skulls somewhere. But one thing that I think we see over and over again, and I'm going to share with you, this is just my opinion, is I think often the difference between a particular product tech that takes off and one that doesn't is getting the human factor right, okay? So like in timing, which I think is hard, getting this kind of behavioral human factor right is very hard. And some of you took some shots at, I saw in the chat bots, at adding some personality in there, right? A little bit of personality, not just kind of routine responses. So, I mean, we're seeing machines now, physical ones like robots and real robots, physical robots, and also virtual things like chatbots and smart assistants, which many of you talked about. And we're starting to see that them have personalities, right? Real personalities. And I think many people desperately want to think that AI is not going to have personality or emotion, that's unique to us humans. But I personally don't agree. I think we're going to see personality, emotion are things that we're going to be able to produce, reproduce, and do well in machines. So what I wanted to share here is this idea that understanding psychology, things like what does it take to make a human laugh? Or why is a UI easier or harder for us to use? Or why, the form factor of a particular device will make us want to use that device or leave it in the drawer. I think that comes down to psychology, right? Of cognition, emotion, psychology of movement, the science of how we learn also. And so my point is that too many techies, in my opinion, don't take the behavioral factor into account, the human factor, okay? Or if they do, it's kind of the UI or the form factor that you do in the last quick mile that you give too little attention to. So it's, you got your technical MVP, you got your business case, your business plan, you put in some technical bells and whistles and check those off. But the kind of the human factors, like the extra little thing that happens at the end. So let me suggest that in building and designing technology, that one way you might think about it is like this. I'll give you a kind of analogy that I made up for you. That every time a human picks up a device, I don't know if you can see it because of these blurred backgrounds, but every time a human picks up something, right, or talks to a device or opens your app, okay, their brains are voting subconsciously, right? I mean, in a way, their brains are voting on your tech versus the other techs that they might use, or just whether or not they want to use it. So if the experience with your app or your tech is good, if it feels right to that person, or maybe even if it creates a kind of a wow effect, their brain is going to put kind of a positive vote in the box for that piece of tech, right? And if the experience doesn't seem so good, so there's too many swipes, or it subconsciously, it just takes a little bit too long for me to do something that my brain thinks should be easy, or the UI maybe looks a little ugly in some way. Every little minor pain point, in a way, the brain of the customer puts one negative vote in the box for that tech. And at some point, as people use your app or your tech, it adds up, and it determines whether that tech is going to sit in a drawer, or whether the person's brain is going to decide that, yes, this is a tech I want to be part of my day, or maybe even become a habit. So it's the behavioral factor, I think, that will often get you the votes you need for your tech to win in the hands of the user or the customer. So if you're involved in the type of tech that is human tech, which I think many of you are working on based on what I saw today, maybe think of it as tech that is designed by us for us, right? To be part of our lives. And my suggestion is to give proper attention to the us factor, the human factor. I mean, human-centered design, we have it in some of our courses at IE, is critical, right? And so as the kind of tech IE people, I hope that you won't make the mistake that so many other techies make, which is focusing too much on the tech and not enough on how people are going to actually use it. I don't just mean the customer use, like in the business case. I mean, psychologically and physically, how are they going to use it? So I think I'll leave you with those 2 points. So just to summarize, I mean, timing, somehow being bright and optimistic and super excited, and at the same time being skeptical, a little bit paranoid. And second, behavior. Tech designed by humans for humans, and using the behavioral factor to help your tech win. And I would love for you guys to all have your tech win over whatever competition that you face. So I'll leave you with that. Let me say a few words of thanks. I mean, thanks to all the IE students and organizers of this conference. A lot of things to put together, a lot of pieces of the puzzle. To the student government, to IE staff, and I know the IE clubs have been super involved in this. The AI club, the Big Data club, I think automotive and mobility, and I heard there's astropreneurship in space. That's a new one I hadn't even heard of. Coding tech, fintech, and I even heard the debate club was involved here. So thanks for making this conference happen. It's really important, I think, for you guys to get together, to talk, to work on projects, and share those projects, to get some feedback. So that's fantastic. I think tech has the promise of being and doing good. And we saw with the last student example, tech that actually is trying to do something really good. But obviously, we know that tech also has the danger of being bad, as the press has loved to talk about recently. So let's all do what we can to use technology to make our lives better. And thanks very much, and best wishes to all of you in your tech pursuits. Thanks.
Thank you so much for those words, Lee. I'm sure the teams here today will be using it. We are short on time, so we're going to rush through the prize distribution. I'm sorry for that. Can we have Inigo and Leon from the IBM team, please? We are first going to hand over the prizes for the quiz competition. We had a quiz that went on through the week. We had teams participating, qualifiers, and the finals. The second prize, or the runner-ups, are Neeraj Singh and Alessandro. We don't have them here today. The first prize goes to Sheetal, Sudhakar, and Mohit Nair. And there are prizes. We also had the debate competition that happened this week. The the runners-up for the debate competition were Rajaram Ramanathan and Harshal Sharma. They aren't here with us. And the first prize goes to Sophia Perez and Mehru Chaudhary. They couldn't join us since they are in the Segovia campus. A round of applause for them, please. Okay, the big moment that you all are waiting for. The Cloud Challenge winners. Before we announce the winners, I would take this chance again to thank the IBM team that has supported us with this and for allowing you all to participate here. Thank you so much. And Inigo and Leon are gonna present the winners.
Yeah. I will just say a couple of words. Well, we are the ones that want to say thank you to IE for always welcoming us so much, inviting us to all these gatherings. It's our third time in TechIE, and we sincerely love to collaborate with you guys. Don't get mad with us or anything. We have 2 diplomas. For us, all of you have won, and we want to compensate every single team with something of value. I have got already some promo codes. We have a visit with the IBM Watson Center in Munich. They even told me that it could be in person if we manage. And we have the IBM Garage experience as well for the winning team. But apart from that, we want to give you as well merchandising, a visit here in Madrid, all sorts of things. So for us, all of you have won. Thank you so much for this experience. We were very happy to contribute and learn from you. Okay, guys? So now we will announce for us, this is the worst moment because we don't want to to get anyone pissed with us or anything, but really it was a wonderful experience to be at TechIE again. So we are going to announce the runner-up first. That is Dr. Watson. So we take a picture, perhaps. Congratulations. We are always negative in the present. It's good. And the winner is Team Scan. It's yours.
So since we're getting kicked out, we have to respect their time. We will contact all the winners and all the participating teams with more information about the prizes. So if you want to keep these other things for yourself, but even if you don't have it, we'll contact you.
Yeah, I will write in Slack so I can get in touch to all the teams, etc. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you to all the entities and stakeholders at IE and outside who supported us in making TechIE 2021 happen. Thank you so much.